All right. All right. Here we go. Are we live? Let me see here. I don't see anybody. I don't see any of my people. That's okay. This kind of a surprise show here. Is it work? I don't even know if it's working. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is this working? All right. I think it's working. We've got a new studio here. Nothing looks right to me. Hold on. There we go. All right. Test right there. Saying hi to the chat room. Oh, my God. Would you look at this? It is, of course, Taronda first in. Taronda first in. Always. First person I see. I see Peter. Thank you. Come on. Say hi to me, people. It's been a while. It's Peter. It's Taronda. It's April. Hey, by the way, we had to keep refreshing for it to show. Oh, my God. All right. There we go. We got CC. We got the Sports Bros. We got Peter. We've got April. We've got Taronda. I know there's more. Restream says there's nobody. Restream's got a big 0, which I fucking hate. Restream is always trying to mentally get inside my head and make me feel bad about myself. Hi, Mikey D. Mikey D is here. We're going to do shows at noon because my friend Jen said that she has a difficult time hearing shows at 2. So noon it is from here on out. All right. A little nervous. Not nervous to be talking to you guys because, you know, we've been doing this now since 2021. And, you know, once I get rolling, but this is, it's a little bit uncomfortable. The new setup. You know how I am with the tech angles. Not great. Shout out to Ed, Big Ed of Radio Misfits, a parent company. Thank you to Ed. April's like, we will take what we can get. I love you, April. But that doesn't instill any I'm like, okay, what do you mean? Like what you're getting isn't good? What's wrong? Is the sound bad? Is the lighting bad? How you like the new Kelly Moore North Studios, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to the Kelly Moore Memorial North Studios, because the Kelly Moore Studios, the actual Kelly Moore Studios, will live on forever there at the E Gallery on Dragon Street in gorgeous Dallas. You got E, the genius artist, out there doing all kinds of crazy shit. I'll be telling you all about that stuff as well, because that is a place on the rise, the former home of this show, the E Gallery. So it's been what? I think the last show we did was like on the 14th or the 13th of October, after having done a show basically every day for about 4 years, 4.5 years, whatever it was. I don't even know. What is it, 4 years? We've been doing this exercise and ego management, which is really what it is. I used to call it an exercise in narcissism, but you know, there's some of that in there too, I guess. Thank you, Peter. Peter says everything looks great. I don't remember hi, Amy. Amy's here. I don't remember how to do any of this stuff. So it's going to be a process over the next couple of weeks as we try and get comfortable in the new studio. And I forgot how to do all the restream stuff. It took me forever to find the video, the countdown video. Boom, boom. I was like, where is it? Oh, and by the way, since we've been off, and if you listen to my streams with any regularity, since we've been off, Restream has changed their deal like twice, right? Remember, I used to always complain. I'm like, why does Restream keep changing their configuration so that where something used to be that I would click on is no longer there, and now it's somewhere else? They do it all the time. My theory on this is because Restream charges you a monthly fee, right? It's not free. And they keep raising their prices. And I think that they have to justify the price raise by making us, the consumer, believe that they're doing something different, when really all they're doing is moving the video button from here over to here. It's like, ugh. Because honestly, nothing has changed as far as the quality of what they provide. It's been the exact same damn thing for 4 years. It's just they keep having to justify price increases. Well, we moved the button. That's going to cost you an extra $4 a month. That's just how we do it. Aaron's here. Yeah, it will be hard for Aaron Sockwell, Mustang Aaron. Porsche Aaron, German engineering Aaron. I don't know. He's such a weird guy. He's like into cars and stuff, but he's like an expert level at like German engineering. So if you got a Porsche or something, you want to reach out to Aaron Sockwell, but also like Mustangs. That's weird. That's like saying my favorite car is, or my favorite food is pheasant under glass and soft taco from Taco Bell. You know what I mean? They're two totally different. Like they're both good, but okay. Mike. Hi, Mike. Hi, Pugs. Hi, everyone. Hi, Micah. This is the warm up. By the way, I say the warm up because I'm trying to get into a groove here. We're going to talk about a bunch of stuff. Trust me, we're going to do the normal show. What do I need to explain? I need to explain a lot. First of all, look at me. If you remember, I did the show for the past 8 months from Dallas, Texas, with no air conditioning. So it was very hot. It was like the average temperature of every show that I've done since last May was probably around 90 degrees, right? It was hot. It was sweaty. Now the Kelly Moore North Studios, balls friggin' cold. It is so cold. Guys, you know how cold it is here? What is the temp in, what's the temp in Dallas right now? My Texas people, let me know. What is it in Dallas? What am I missing? Because I'll tell you, the temperature here right now is a balmy 19 degrees, but that's okay. That's okay, because it feels like 9. That's right, it feels like 9. Technically, it's 19, but it sucks so bad, you're going to think it's 9. There's also a foot of snow on the ground. Oh, yeah, winter came early up here. We got snow. I should tell you about the place that the Kelly Moore North Studios are located in, because this deserves a big shout out. This is mom and stepdad. Yeah, I got a stepdad. Look at me. Oh, man, in his 50s. Suddenly I got a stepdad. You're not my real dad. I can't wait to yell that. I'm going to yell that at some point. You're not my real dad. The next time he asks me to do something, I'm going to go full on stepson mode. Like, you're not my real dad. I'll do that. But these studios are located at Fast Eddie's house. That is my mom's husband. He's awesome. We all love him. He's terrific. But they live together. They live together in another house. And then so there's like this like really cool house on the south side of Chicago. Happy to be back. Represent both, actually. Represent both. So that is where we will be doing shows from now on. Here, the fantastic, no longer abandoned Fast Eddie house on the south side of Chicago. To that end, I hope to be creating copious amounts of content. The noon show will stay. This will be the current events talk. Hi, Chaz! Oh, my God. The great Chaz. Ladies and gentlemen, Dallas radio legend Chaz Knight is hanging out in our chat room with us. Chaz, I got something for you. I got something that I need to reach out to. There's like 10 people that I need to reach out to about a project that I'm working on, because that's the other thing. The other reason we moved back to Chicago. I got to explain that. Oh. Guys, I got so much I got to explain to you. There are a couple of new projects that I am working on and I'm very excited about. One of them I've been talking about in Dallas for quite some time. That is the Unheard Music Show. That's right. You guys are like, Pugs was talking about doing this unsigned music countdown show. And then, don't think that we walked away from it. We didn't. My issue here is my boy Rob, the great Rob Barr. You've seen Rob in the chat room. Rob is a terrific musician. I used to work with Rob in Chicago. I used to manage some bands back in the day. And Rob was a singer in a band and a songwriter and a performer. And he was fantastic. And he was too good for us. And he moved to California to become like a real rock star. And instead, he became like a computer genius. Instead, he became like, one of those guys. So now he's up there in, where is he? He's up there in fancy San Francisco, the whole Silicon Valley thing. He's doing computer stuff, but he's still a musician. Like in his heart, he's still a musician and a creator. And so he built a studio, and he went into his studio and he cut an album. And all of a sudden, that album gets picked up by the San Francisco music critics, and it's like one of the albums of the year on the local scene. So now all of a sudden, my boy Rob is back like, we need to do something in music, you and me. So we brought Ed, of course, Ed of Radio Misfits, the genius that he is. We brought him into the little threesome. And so now three of us have been sort of trying to figure this out. Not so much Ed, been keeping Ed sort of, away from the nonsense, because Ed is extremely important to everything that I do. And I do not like to bother him. I do not like to be like, okay, here's what we're doing. I do not like that. So the Unheard Music Show is definitely coming. I think it's going to be a nighttime show. I think Unheard might be a show that we do live at like 9:00. I understand that it's not going to be something that a lot of you people, a lot of my people here. Hi, Jen. Jen's here. Look at me, Jen, doing noon shows for you. The new music show isn't going to be something that's going to probably be on brand for what we do here, with the rant and all that. But it's still something. It's something we're doing. We're having fun with. And I can't. I'm very excited. So anyway, the Unheard Music Show is coming. Then I've got another show that I want to do here that I'm working on. It's called, are you ready for this? It's called, I Think You Two Should Meet. It's just a show called I Think You Two Should Meet. And here's the premise of this show coming to Radio Misfits. I have a lot of friends from Dallas and a lot of friends from Chicago, and they're like really similar and they don't know each other. And I want to do a podcast where it's like, I think you two should meet. And I'll tell you a couple of the people that I want to do. I want to do, first and foremost, for my Chicago people, we all know the legend of Dan McNeil, the great Dan McNeil, Chicago sports radio icon. I love Dan. Dan's a friend. Dan's a good dude. So I want to do Dan McNeil. I think you two should meet. I want to do Dan McNeil and Greg the Hammer Williams. I just want to moderate a conversation between these two guys because they are exactly the same guy, except one's like, hey, Southside Northwest Indiana guy, and the other guy's like, from Texas. Other than that, they're like the same fucking guy. So I want them to do. I want to do I think you two should meet. I also have a couple of comedy friends from both places, I want to do I think you two should meet with a friend of mine up here named Bill Leff, who's another like radio guy. I want to do I think you two should meet with Bill Leff from Chicago and Dr. Schwartz from Dallas. I think those two should meet because they are similar. They are like the same guy as far as funny. What else do I have? I don't want to mention this name, but I got like a right-wing friend, a MAGA right-wing friend down there in Dallas. I want to do, I think you two should meet. I want to do him and Richard Hunter. I want to bring Dick Hunter in and do I think you two should meet. Anyway, those are the plans. Those are the plans. We're going to be creating, as I say, a lot of content here at the Kelly Moore North studio at the beautiful home of Fast Eddie. My stepdad. You ain't my real dad! All right, so that's it. That's where we are. Also, I have to say this. Chaz, that's right. I was yelling out to Chaz. I was like, Chaz, I need to reach out to you. So as a part of the Unheard Music Show, I want to involve all of my friends whom I consider to be leaders in music, like people who know music. So I got a bunch of DJs. Definitely want Chaz from Dallas. I want AO from Dallas. Let's see who else. I got a bunch of guys who are record industry guys, like who actually work for record companies. And then I got a bunch of music directors. So those are the people. And Chaz, this is what I want to reach out to you on. Those are the people that I want to create. And I want them to listen to new music and then tell me what's good. And then we're going to create the countdown. And we're going to create a weekly countdown of the 10 best unsigned bands in America every week. It's like Casey, but for unsigned music. That's what Unheard is going to be. What else do we have planned here? Chuckles Nelson. Good to see Chuckles. Spread the word. Okay, let me tell you about what we're going to talk about today. What are we going to get into today, right? Because that's enough small talk. I am watching the internet connection here. So far, it's been good. So, it's It was sketchy over at the E-Gallery too, as we all know. So the first show, we're trying to, oh, I see. Byron's like, I already met Byron. Byron, you're not my crazy right-wing friend from, actually, it's James Parker. I want to do James and I want to do Dick Hunter because they don't know each other. They both came through 105.3, but at different times, and they don't know each other. And if you guys know both of them, come on, sit back. Imagine a debate between James Parker of WBAP Afternoons and Richard Hunter. That's just something I want to sit back and be in the middle of. Anyway, I think you two should meet, a new podcast. And it's also, I like the idea that I don't have to do any of the heavy lifting, that I'm just like the moderator. Like I'm just like, hey, in the middle. And then, I can kind of needle both of them maybe, but all right. So that's what we're doing here with the big move up north. Al's here. Al Gamboa. Al's my boy. What is it? Chaz, hold on. How do we do this? I got to remember how do I don't remember how to do this. How do I show? Oh, that's it. That's easy. I was like, how do I show the comments? Chaz says, happy to help. I'm heading to Chicago next year, so we have to get together. Yeah. Now look, I don't live in Chicago. I mean, well, technically I do, because that's one of the reasons that I'm back here. Apparently, Texas doctors don't want to accept my insurance. So whenever I have medical issues, and I'm here to handle some medical things. I'm here to handle some paperwork things, I guess, because I've always kept my Illinois driver's license and my Illinois residency and all of that stuff. Anybody who saw me in my car knows that I have Illinois license plates in my car, even though I was in Dallas for like 4 or 5 years. Yeah, fuck you, cops. It's over. You can't get me now. I think the rule is after 6 months, you're supposed to switch over to whatever state you're in. But I was like, yeah, no. Why? Because my health insurance is tied to an address in Chicago, and it's a mess. So I got to do all that. Got to get my driver's. That was the other problem. My driver's license expired. Yeah. I've been riding dirty in Dallas for quite a while. My Illinois driver's license expired. So I need to come back. I need to get that. Couldn't even get on a plane. The real ID bullshit. What do you mean? Anyway, so we're handling all of that. So that's the reason that I'm back here. Got the kid coming. The boy is coming in a couple weeks. Gonna come here for Christmas. And then, first of the year, I plan on having one foot in both places, going back and forth. Unless, of course, we blow this up here. If we blow this up here, then I'll stay. But I still got my kid there. So I'll have to come back. I'll be back monthly at the very least. And we'll do shows from the Kelly Moore studios there at the E-Gallery when we need to. So it's all good. It's all good. What else? There was something else I wanted to talk about. I was going to tell you what we're going to do. All right, I'll tell you what we're going to do. I'll tell you what we're going to do today. Some of the things we'll catch up on. I guess the big story is they caught that January 6th bomber that they thought was Marjorie Taylor Greene. Remember that? It was like, it's Marjorie Taylor Greene. Look at it. That was the big takeaway from that security cam footage that we all saw from January 6th, or the night of, I guess, maybe early morning hours of January 6th. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? You remember back on January 6th when absolutely nothing happened? I don't know what you're talking about. It was just a peaceful gathering. On January 6th, when absolutely nothing happened in the early morning hours, somebody planted pipe bombs. And they were seen on security cameras. And I guess the bombs didn't go off or whatever. I don't know. I've been putting a studio together all morning. I didn't really find out what the latest is. But I do remember the video was released years ago, and we all reacted to it. And everybody was like, it's Marjorie Taylor Greene, which is so absurd. But it was fun. It was fun in the way that Ted Cruz is the Zodiac killer, that kind of thing. Not true, but, still fun. So for years, we kind of just thought that was Marjorie Taylor Greene because the person, and this is the real kick in the nuts, because the person walked feminine. There was a feminine. It's obviously a femmy person. Turns out, no, it's some like alpha MAGA dude from Virginia that they arrested today. He's the guy that for the last couple of years, everybody who knew it was him, like everybody who knew it was him for the last couple of years have been like, hey, the whole country thinks you walk like a chick. The whole country thinks you're a bitch. You're a woman. Which to me is, because I'm not an alpha guy. I'm just a dude. But if I like identified as like an alpha guy, that would be like the worst. What do you mean I walk like a chick? So we'll get into that a little bit. What else are we going to talk about today? Do you know what story I've been following, guys, that I'm really interested in? And we're going to make it a daily part of the show as it gets wilder and wilder. Are you following the murder trial of Brian Walsh? Hey, Brian Walsh killed his hot real estate wife, and he said he didn't, which is why he's on trial, but he did. Come on, it's so obvious. And that's a crazy trial. He was really bad about it too. He like Google search shit like how long before a body starts to smell. Are people still are murderers still making these mistakes in 2025? Are we still are we killing someone and then immediately going to our private Google account and searching shit like, how do you dismember a body? Well, that's what's going on in the Brian Walsh trial out there in Massachusetts. What else do we have? I want to talk about this. This isn't necessarily a story that is trending in the mainstream, but that's not what this daily chat show is about. But here it is a story. It's I've seen it twice now in 3 days, and it all started from somebody sending a clip, posting something. So this isn't even a real story. It's just one person trying to get clicks, and now suddenly people are talking about it. We're going to listen to some Howard Stern from back in the day. I think this goes back 23 years. You knew this shit was going to haunt him, right? As soon as the Me Too movement started to come, you're like, why hasn't anyone gotten Howard Stern yet? So somebody is saying that Howard Stern was verbally that, you know what? We'll get into it. I want to play what he did back then, and I want to play the response of young people today who didn't live in the 90s, who didn't understand. There were certain things we were allowed to do in the 90s that we're not allowed to do anymore, okay? Hold on. This is my guy, Ed. The lighting looks great. Thank you, Ed. Oh, that's so good. Ed, the boss, just chimed in. Whenever I see Ed, the boss, chime in, I'm like, oh, shit, what am I doing wrong? And he was complimentary because Ed's a good leader. Appreciate that. All right, so I want to talk a little bit about that. I want to talk a little bit about Quentin Tarantino breaking bad on Paul Dano. Did you guys hear about this? We do a lot of entertainment stuff here because politics is for sucks. At least in 2025 it is. So we do a lot of like pop culturally kind of talk stuff here. Quentin Tarantino in an interview for absolutely no reason broke shit ass bad on actor Paul Dano, who's great. Paul Dano is a terrific actor. So we're going to break that apart. Yeah, Quentin Tarantino's an asshole. Oh, jeez. What are you going to do? Let's see. What else do we have? The other story that I'm really interested in that we would have been covering over the past month, or at least over the past couple of weeks, because it's really only a couple of weeks old. But I want to get into this story today. Are you guys following the story of elitist, Washington-based journalists? They're not really journalists. I think they're both hacks, but whatever. Are you following like this weird ass love triangle between Olivia Nuzzi and Ryan Lizza? Do you even know these names? You might not know these names. We'll get y'all up to speed on who these people are. There are a couple of news people. They're not anchors. They're pundits. They come out and they argue with people. That's what they are. And then, one of them, Ryan Lizza's got a Substack, and Olivia Nuzzi is like the West Coast editor of Vanity Fair magazine. Anyway, they were a hot Washington like media couple and then they had a bad breakup, and now they're just shitting on each other. Ryan Lizza is publishing a Substack series of articles about why their engagement broke up, and some of the shit that he's saying about Olivia Nuzzi is 1, awesome, 2, shocking, and 3, what a bitch Ryan Lizza is. You don't do that to people. Even if they were an awful ex, you don't try and make hay at their expense. Olivia Nuzzi was, of course, famous because she lost her job at the New Yorker a couple of years back. About a year ago, maybe, I think. She lost her job at the New Yorker. Or was it New York Magazine? I am not sophisticated enough to really know the difference. Like I know the New Yorker is like a big publication, or at least a sophisticated publication. And if you work for the New Yorker, people go, oh, right? I know that's the New Yorker, but then I also know that there's like New York Magazine, and that's also kind of I don't know, whatever. I make no distinction. But she was working at one of them, Olivia Nuzzi, as a reporter, as a star reporter. Because, oh yeah, she's fucking hot. She's like really hot. She's hot, and she's like mysterious, and she's smart. Here's a good way to describe her if you don't know who she is. She's described as the Lana Del Rey of journalism, because she's just got that totally unaffected kind of thing. Anyway, she lost her job at either the New Yorker or New York Magazine last year because she was involved in a non-physical, they claim, but she was involved in a sexual relationship with RFK Jr., who's now like a cabinet secretary. He's in charge of something. I don't know. He's in charge of our refrigerators. Is that what he is? He's like the guy in charge of our medicine cabinets and our refrigerators. And I don't know that he's doing a great job at either. Point is this. Olivia Nuzzi was covering RFK Jr. when he was running for president, and she ended up like having an affair with him while she was engaged to Ryan Lizza. Anyway, that's the jumping off point of this whole thing. So we're going to get into that. We're going to break it down. Yeah, we're going to do some football stuff. We got the Cowboys today, right? We got a Cowboys game tonight, so we'll do that. And I've started on Twitter. If you follow me on Twitter, Pugs Moran on Twitter, Pugs and Co. I think at Pugs and Co. on Twitter. I've been doing Kelly's picks again. I'm bringing those back. I'm bringing back Kelly's practical picks. Of course, Kelly, my partner for well over a decade, passed away, sadly, a couple of years ago. Kelly used to pick football games using her method. I call it the Kelly method. She called it practical, but I call it the Kelly method. So I've been doing football picks using the Kelly method. So we'll get into that. We'll certainly start off with tonight's Cowboys-Lions game. I'll give you an example of that. Cowboys and Lions. Here's the Kelly method. Okay. So Kelly doesn't know anything about football. She doesn't care about football. It's all stupid. She looks at the mascots. One team is a cowboy and one team is a lion. Okay. So who would win in a fight? A cowboy or a lion? Then she factors in who's home and who's away. So if the cowboy was home, she very might well could say, well, the cowboy's got a gun. He's on the ranch, or a lion has somehow escaped its enclosure and is now in the cowboy's ranch. Cowboy's just going to take a gun and shoot that cowboy, right? Or shoot that lion. That might be one of the ways that she would see it. But cowboys are going into a lion's den. And at this point, I think it's just like a dude versus a lion. So we'll make the official pick later. Anyway. Oh, guys, don't be mad at me. It's a lion versus a cowboy. It's a human being with a 6-shooter versus a fucking lion. Can a 6-shooter take out a lion? That's the question we'll get into when we do our pick. Also today, at some point, I'm going to get you up to speed on all the stuff I'm watching. I've got my new and improved list of the best movies of the year. That's right. I'll give you 5 of them. I've been, without doing shows, been watching a lot of stuff. I've seen almost every movie that people are saying this is going to be an Oscar winner. I've seen just about every one of them so far. Although, let's be honest, in a couple of weeks, we'll start hearing movies for the first time, and they'll be like, oh, it's going to win the Oscar. It's from some French director, and I'll never see that, right? I'll never see that. But anyway, of the big American films that they say these are going to be Oscar quality, these are going to be Oscar contenders, I got a list, and I'll give you the list. And I've got a number one, and number one and number two. Honestly, if I'm talking about really good movies, number one and number two are two of. I had this conversation with Ed, Radio Misfits, and I'll tell you what number one and number two are later in the show. But I had this conversation with Radio Misfits Edzilla, if you will. And I said to him, I go, because we both have seen these two movies. And I said to him, dude, these are like the two best movies I've seen in the last 10 years. And he's like, I know. And one of them's going to lose. One of them is going to be the loser. And the other. So that's what we'll talk about. I'll give you my top five best films of the year, and also tell you about all the cool things I've been watching, because I've been watching a lot of cool stuff. Yes, of course. It will include the new Netflix Diddy series. Are you guys watching the Diddy series? You may recall that for a period of time I did a show. Hold on. There we go. For a period of time I did the nightly Diddy recap, and what was that called? Diddy or didn't he? That's right, Diddy or didn't he? So I followed the Diddy trial like as closely as just about anybody that's for sure. And now there's a documentary series on Netflix called Sean Combs. What's it called? It's not Redemption. It's not Sean Combs Redemption. It's Sean Combs Reckoning. Is it Reckoning? I think it's Reckoning. It's crazy good. It is crazy good. I think it's a 3-part, 1 hour each documentary about who Diddy is. We saw the trial. We heard all the things. You know my opinion on it. I don't think that the prosecutors proved their case to put him in jail for a long time, and yet somehow he still ended up going to jail. I thought he won the case. I'm not a Diddy apologist. I'm just a regular guy. We watched the trial. We followed the trial. We covered it every day, and every day, consistently, I said, well, the defense won again today. And I wasn't alone. Like, everybody was like, the defense is kicking the prosecution's ass. But yet, he was acquitted of all the really bad charges, and he was guilty of like lesser ones, and he's still going to jail for a couple of years. So anyway, he's in jail pending a Trump pardon, which I'm telling you, I hope Trump doesn't watch this Netflix series, because Trump ain't going to pardon him after this Netflix series. The Netflix series is, as I said, 3 parts. But the pedigree of it is fascinating. So when Diddy knew he was in trouble, like going back about 2 years ago, he knew he was in trouble. His attorneys told him to move back to New York. So he checked into a fancy hotel, like the Plaza or something. He got a big suite on top. And he was game planning with his attorneys and basically just making himself available for arrest. That's why he was there in New York. His attorneys had said, hey, look, Diddy, they're going to come. They're going to serve you with an arrest warrant. And, I think it'll look better if you were there, if they don't have to chase you around the country, all that kind of stuff. So this, it was like a week or so while Diddy was living in this hotel in New York, waiting to be arrested. And Diddy, because he is a narcissist of the highest order, hired a videographer to film everything. Film all the quiet moments, all the whatever, him watching TV, just filming every single minute of, Diddy's time holed up in the hotel waiting to be arrested. Well, once Diddy got arrested, he went to jail, and the videographer never got paid. So the dude who had all of this footage of Diddy in these really precarious moments never got paid for the week of work that he did following him and filming and all this stuff. Never got paid. Just had all the video. Nobody paid him. Whatever. Well, knock on the door. Diddy's arch enemy, 50 Cent found out about this dude who had all this video of Fitty went to the guy and said, how much? I'll buy it. And Fitty bought all the Diddy footage. That's right. Fitty bought Diddy. Fitty bought all the Diddy footage and then created a documentary, a takedown documentary of Sean Combs, his arch rival. That's not really a rivalry, right? Can we be honest? Curtis Jackson, 50 Cent, and Sean Combs, Diddy, with all due respect to Fitty, they're not in the same universe. They're not. Fitty is very, very well. Here, let me do what is Fitty worth? We'll put it this way. What is Fitty worth? I bet Fitty's worth maybe 100 million. Diddy's like over $1 billion. So you see, they're rivals, but one of them is way more famous and powerful in the industry than the other. I know. Curtis Jackson does production and all that stuff. Well, he's worth $100 million. That's what you get for that. Diddy is different level. So anyway, it looks like Fitty is going to have the last laugh because this documentary series is not flattering at all to Sean Combs. And what can you say other than, yeah, Fitty hates Diddy, but we're watching raw footage of how this guy behaves when so anyway, it's really good. It's really good. So we'll talk about that. Yeah, Amy's like, oh, I can get rid of Chaz. I'm sorry. Let's, hold on. Sorry, guys. There we go. All right, sorry. That's really funny. That's karma. That is karma. That's what we call it, Amy. All right. What else? Well, here we go. You know what? We're at the point in the show now where I do have to do the dirty business of what we do, and I have to remind you that this show does absolutely run on your gratuities, and we need it more than ever. It took a lot out of us trying to build this new studio. I have not worked. I have not had any income in quite some time. So if you want to help this show continue, which I hope you all at least recognize. I always say that no matter what happens in my very tumultuous and chaotic life, no matter what happens, I will always try to make my way back here. We've done it for 4 years, every day, a little bit of talk radio, the way I think talk radio should be done. We've done it for 4 years. I will keep doing it for you. I will keep doing it for you if I can, even if, I have to end up getting a job on a loading dock and I got to do this at 8:00 at night or whatever, we will still do it. So it has taken a month longer than I had expected to get this fantastic setup, which is, of course, courtesy of my mom and my stepdad. You're not my real dad. And, of course, Ed. And always thanks to E and the folks there at the E Gallery. That incredible crew of construct wreckers. That's what they are. I'm cold. Can you tell I'm cold? I think I was talking about that. This is a real rant, you guys. This is a very real rant because I'm just streaming my next thought. I'm just whatever is the next thing to say. So I'm all over the place. First show in a long time. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to, make it work. Let's say hi to some people in the chat room. All right, let's see what we're doing in the chat room, and then we'll get into. I forgot how to do this show, guys. I really did. Not only did I forget how to do the actual layout of the show, the format of the show. I do this, then I do this, then I do that. But I also just forgot everything. So I'm trying to get myself the reckoning. Thanks, Jen. Jen says it's the reckoning. Amy says, was so with Kelly on the subject of football. Kelly's picks, by the way, the Kelly method crushed. Just crushed. I had a friend in Chicago who follows me on Twitter who doesn't know Kelly. Well, I mean, he knew Kelly from Kelly's days on the Danny Bonaducci show on the Loop, but he didn't know her the way we know Kelly, right? So he said to me, he goes, He goes, dude, you realize that you picked 4 major upsets last week and you won all 4? And I go, no, I didn't realize that, but that's the Kelly method. Kelly, there is no favorite in the Kelly method. Kelly had the Bengals over the Ravens. She had the Bears over the Eagles. Again, why? Here's the method. Why did Kelly choose the Cincinnati Bengals to upset the Baltimore Ravens? Because it's cat versus bird. I can hear her saying it now. She would be like, it's cartoon logic. If a cat and a bird are in a fight, the cat is going to win. So that's why she took the Bengals over the Ravens, because it's cat versus bird. Why did she take the Bears over the Eagles? Well, she's a Bear fan, but, she didn't make the pick. I did, and I'm also a Bear fan. But because if a bear and an eagle, and by the way, Bears and Eagles are a good example of how home field or visiting team makes no difference, because a bear and an eagle live in the same ecosystem. So there is no home field advantage for either a bear or an eagle, because they're both kind of in the same area. Now, what would happen if an eagle was on the ground and a bear was hungry? The bear would eat the eagle. Okay, the eagle would have to fly away, which is retreat, which means they lose. So she took that one. What else did she have? She had Cowboys over the Chiefs. I don't know if that was as big an upset, but certainly nobody thought. But it was like, the Chiefs are going to get it right. The Chiefs are going to get back on the tracks, and the Chiefs are the Chiefs. And it's Andy Reid, and it's Patrick Mahomes, and it's the Chiefs. And the Cowboys are a hot mess, although they're not, which is exciting. But they were before. Before that game, people were still like, Cowboys are a hot mess. Cowboys beat the Chiefs. Why? Why did Kelly Method say that the Cowboys would beat the Chiefs? Because it's Cowboys and Indians. Just look at history, right? There you go. And again, home field doesn't play any factor in a Chiefs-Cowboys game, because Cowboys and Chiefs existed in the same ecosystem. Al says it's like riding a bike. I don't know if it's like riding a bike doing the show. It is the talky talk part of it is definitely like riding a bike. Let's see. What is this here? We've got Peter. Peter says Hugh Jackman looks scary good as Neil Diamond. He does. Very interested in that. Love Neil Diamond. Neil Diamond's cool. Neil Diamond's badass. I don't like the Boston people taking Sweet Caroline from the rest of us. Like, not, you can't enjoy Sweet Caroline now without having people think you're a Red Sox fan or something. So that kind of sucks. But other than that, Hugh Jackman as Neil Diamond is going to be good, because Hugh Jackman is like a theater guy. I know he's buff and he's ripped and he's Wolverine and he's like a superhero guy, but he's a musical theater guy. He's a song and dance man, Hugh Jackman. So he's going to be good. The one movie that I haven't seen, speaking of Hugh Jackman as Neil Diamond, the one movie that I haven't seen yet is Jeremy Allen White as Bruce Springsteen. Couple reasons for that. I love Jeremy Allen White, but I'm not buying him as Springsteen. I'm like, I don't see it. I don't see them as the same kind of type, but okay. And secondly, the movie isn't the story of Springsteen in the way that like maybe the Freddie Mercury movie was about him or whatever. It's the story of Springsteen at a very particular point in his career, making a specific album, an album that is very, very, the Nebraska stuff and all that. I love it. That's why I'm a Springsteen fan. So I don't want to see a movie where a guy who I don't think I buy as Springsteen is depicted as, in the creative process of making that amazing music, that incredible American poetry. That's just, so I haven't seen that yet. So, and I probably won't, if I'm being honest. Peter says Cowboys beat the Eagles as well 4 days before we hammered the Chiefs. Yeah. The Cowboys got their shit right. What was I telling you guys, man? The last time we talked, you people wanted Eberflus's head. And I'm like, you guys are wrong. You guys are absolutely wrong. You're going to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Yeah, the defense absolutely sucks ass, but you guys got crazy injuries. You traded away Micah Parsons like in training camp. You guys fucking just give it some time. Eberflus is a really, really good defensive coordinator. Terrible head coach. Didn't bring the culture, was kind of he's a Tim Robinson character, if we're being honest. Like Matt Eberflus is if you know who Tim Robinson is, he's a Tim Robinson character. But that dude can coach up a defense, man. He knows how to game plan. Even when the Bears were fucking terrible under Eberflus, our defenses were rocking with nothing. So, and how about Shoddy? You guys wanted Shoddy run out of time. Well, I say you guys. I'm also a fan. So I've been there. I've overreacted and almost ruined everything because I didn't understand patience, which is what I think the Cowboy fans are learning today. I know my son is. My son is a big Cowboy fan. He is learning patience. My kid. Can we talk a little bit about my kid? All right, let's talk about my kid. My kid is in football nirvana right now. My kid's got 2 pro teams, the Chicago Bears and the Dallas Cowboys. And he's like, both my fucking teams are awesome. Yes, they are. Both his teams are looking pretty good. Then he's got 2 college teams. His 2 college teams are Notre Dame and Texas. He's like, Dad, this is like the greatest football experience in my life. I go, yeah. None of your teams suck right now. And that's been hard because certainly at the pro level, his teams have sucked for quite a few years. It's difficult for any kid, especially in the formative years, the coming of age years. That's when a kid who lives in Dallas suddenly becomes like a fucking Chargers fan or something. When the team of your youth growing up for an extended period of time sucks, you begin to look elsewhere. Like when I was a kid, my friend group, we were all Bear fans. But in the late 70s, early 80s, when we were like 10 years old, 9 years old, the Bears sucked. So we had to have something to root for. And my friend Eric was a diehard Raider fan, right? Front-running bullshit. He went with the Raiders. I had another friend who was like a Patriots fan, which, was interesting. The Steve Grogan Patriots, for you old heads. He was a big fan of them. And I was a Rams fan. I became an LA Rams fan. Not St. Louis. This was before they moved to St. Louis. They were the LA Rams. They were the Pat Hayden Rams, the Jack Youngblood Rams, the Jim Youngblood Rams, the Jeweler Thomas Rams. Those were my secondary teams. So my kid growing up, in an era where his top teams, his Cowboys and his Bears, both kind of suck, you would think that he would go stray. He would go try and find another team. He didn't. He sucked it up, and now look, he's being rewarded. Both of his teams are bringing him joy on Sundays. Kids football season is over. We were giving you updates on the kids football season. His team went 8-2, I think. 8-2, 8-2-1. They oh god, came down to the final game of the season against our arch rival, who had an identical record. Plano Central is our arch rival. They had an identical record, and so it was for all the marbles. And they tied. I'm like, what? Tie? This is a tie? So both of the teams in first place are 8-2-1. It was a good season. He had a good season, and all that good stuff. All right. Let's see. What else do we have here? Oh, hey, Peter, I wanted to point out, Peter, my good friend Peter. Peter, look, I finally got your sign somewhere where it can be prominently displayed. I love that. I've always loved my sign, Peter. You gave it to me over a year ago. I've always loved it. I've always had sort of like a feeling of regret that I haven't been able to display it prominently. And now we got Peter's sign up there. So that's cool. What? Got to duck out for my riding lesson, Pugs? Well, yeah, Amy, tomorrow. Yeah, every day, baby. We're back. We're going to do this every day. Today's a bit of a fuck around day. Today, we're just trying to figure out how everything works, how everything, all of that. So, all right, Amy, you're dismissed. Go to riding lessons? Boy, it must be nice to live in an environment where you can get on the back of a horse today and go riding around. And also, Amy, aren't you a Texan? No, wait, Amy, aren't you from Wisconsin? Wait, is Amy the one from, I think, Amy, you're from Wisconsin, right? I try to remember little things about all of the people who have been so loyal to me these years. Anyway, I was going to say, Amy's a Texan. She's taking riding lessons. Isn't that something you learn from birth, right, in Texas? Get on a horse? No, it's not. That's what stupid people who aren't from Texas think Texans are. Don't you ride a horse everywhere? Dude, I don't even know how to get on a horse. I'm born and raised in Irving. All right, Mr. Popular. All right, Amy, we'll see you tomorrow. What do I start with first? What do I I mean, I don't even know what I start with first. I miss doing trivia. Trivia was good. We were doing trivia at what was the place on Harry Hines? Rick Fearless, Strokers. We were doing trivia on Monday at Strokers. I don't know that that's going on anymore. The Back Nine is still happening. I hope you're going out there to the Back Nine. The Back Nine was our most successful trivia. Back Nine is happening. I believe James Parker, you can see him out there on Tuesdays. See, I got to get all in line with all the people that I need to support and things that you guys can do. Of course, Bottle Rockets on Wednesday there in Legacy Village. Hi, Trace. Tracy T is in the house. Thank you. Adam's like, I'm late. I missed it. Nah, you didn't miss it. You didn't miss anything. It's just been me trying to get comfortable and cold as hell. It's not that there isn't heat here. It's just that it's extremely cold outside, and the heat in here was turned down low because, it's a studio. Nobody's living here till now. And, now it's a different kind of a deal. So the heat works, and that's good. And I'll take my jacket off at some point. All right, anybody want to fill Adam in on what he missed? He missed absolutely nothing. You know what I do need to do, though, guys? I do apologize. I'm going to need to step away for a minute. I got to go to the bathroom. In my nerves of trying to, get all of this together so that we could do a noon show today. And by the way, we're not on any time schedule. We could just go. It's, like I said, this show, this show has no beginning or end. Actually, it's got a beginning. I just don't know when the end is. I need to step away. I need to go to the bathroom really quick because I've been drinking a lot of coffee. So give me a second here, and I'll be right back. Okay, hold on. Be right back. All right, sorry about that. Very good. Excuse me. All right. Oh, I'll tell you, Sanka. That's a Sanka. That's a brand that is Sanka still around? I don't know. Thank you, Luke. Ooh. Let me take a moment and throw this out there. Adam Reyna, who by design fucks with people, just like, he will. I love him. I've known him for 20 years. I've seen him, build this family and grow into a man and grow out of a man. He lost a bunch of weight. Love Adam. Adam and I go back. We fight. And, I will probably at some point in the coming days scream at him. over something. But that's very nice what Adam is saying there. Studio looks amazing. And I will tell you why. Because, this is basically how I present, right? The studio. When you do this, you're very nervous about, whether your shit's going to look tight or whether it's going to look, bad. I've done this show from some bad studios. So for Adam to pay me that compliment, and I know some other people have, I mean, Ed said it looks great too. And my mom said it looks great. But for Adam to say that when Adam is instinctively gauged to fucking make me feel bad, which is kind of like, his thing. I'm going to say something that brings him down a notch. For Adam to say that, very nice. Thank you, Adam. See, Adam, you said something just in passing, and it was a small thing, but now it made me feel good. You made another human being feel good today, which is something we should all strive to do. And then you can go back to fucking with them. But at least, so thank you, Adam. I do appreciate that. Can you tell I'm like, I don't know how to start, right? Like, I don't know how to like get into what we're supposed to be doing. Barney, he's not my real dad. More water to ensure that I'll have to go to the bathroom again. All right. Let's see. What's the first? Oh, you know what? I don't have any. I don't have any. All right. It's a work in progress. I'm sorry. It's a work in progress. My buddy Kevin says it's a Christmas miracle. Kevin, you know what I realized? And it was only about, I don't know, how long have we been doing this for? 56 minutes. It was about an hour and 5 minutes ago that I sat down here to kick off the new show. And I went, okay, studio looks good. The camera frame, at least it looks tight, looks good. It's Christmas. I got no fucking Christmas decoration. I got Christmas decorate. I think there's something I can do. Is there something I can do? Maybe there's something Restream. Does Restream have their Christmas stuff up yet? Let's see. No. Look at this stupid shit. Look at this. This is Restream. Cactuses. I don't need cactuses. Usually Restream has a bunch of like fun stuff. Is this Christmas stuff? Hey, is that rain? That's rain. How about snow? Can we get snow? Well, that's not snow. Those are stars. That's terrible. What's this one? That's stupid. What's this? What? No, we're not done. All right. Al, why do I need to dye? Al says I ought to dye my beard green. I don't know. What for? All right. No Christmas filters available yet from Restream, at least not on my end. So we'll have to figure that out. We'll do something. I'll do something. I could do some Christmas lights, right? At some point. All right. I also think that on this new iteration of the Daily Noon Rant, I think I'm going to start doing having guests, people to hang out with me, but I think it's going to be like in split screen, instead of at the old e-gallery. I was trying to find a way to have people actually be in studio with me, but then it was, it was really hot and nobody wanted to come, and it was just so, not because it was hot. They didn't want to come because probably me more than anything else. But I think it's going to be easier. We'll check into people. We'll do guests on this show, and instead of it just being, news and ranting stuff. Put ornaments in my beer and dye your beard green. Mama B. Mama B is here. Hi, Mama B. Mama B, I'm hoping to see your son at some point soon, now that we're at least in the same state. Mama B, is your son still downstate or is he up here now? They're still downstate, right? Okay. I mean, we don't want to give away the location, Mama B. Mama B is Sally, who's in the chat room. She's one of the cool moms. One of the cool moms in the neighborhood growing up. But not in like the bad cool mom way, but in like the cool mom way where like, you know, she was like my mom. My mom was like the cool mom in like another like, you know, side of town. She was the cool mom on the other side of town. My mom was the cool mom for Andrew High School. Mama B was the cool mom for Lockport. I think that's the way we do it. Yeah, still downstate. All right. For some reason, I thought that Tom had moved here closer, or at least, but maybe not. All right, let's see here. What do we want to do? Let's get into some of the things that I'd promised that we would talk about today. All right, the January 6th bomber story. January 6th bomber. This is the guy that we were all told was Marjorie Taylor Greene, who, by the way, big news on her, huh? Hold on. Let me see if there's something new here. Nope. All right. So the night before January 6th, in the very early morning hours, somebody dressed, walking like a chick, somebody who walked like a chick. Remember, that was the thing that they told us, which is why we thought it was Marjorie Taylor Greene. Somebody who was walking like a chick was leaving pipe bombs around buildings in downtown DC. We all learned about that after the events of January 6th, which many people will tell you, some of you in the chat room, people in the chat room will tell you, the events of January 6th were nothing. That didn't happen. What? So anyway, in the early morning hours that led up to that non-event where nothing happened, no matter what you saw, somebody was dropping pipe bombs around Washington. And they said that it was Marjorie Taylor Greene. That was the story. Well, it wasn't. And that was years ago, a couple of years now. So we just figured, I guess we'll never know, right? Well, we wake up this morning, we find out January 6th pipe bomb suspect has been arrested, faces explosives charges. All right, here's the story. The FBA. Is there such a thing as the FBA? Here, we'll show you some pictures. Yeah, maybe we won't. I'm having some trouble. No, we will. Here we go. All right, so remember, this is the pipe bomber. Remember that? That's the chick walking. That dude looks like a chick. Walks like a chick. All right, let's leave that up. It says here, the FBI on Thursday morning arrested a suspect accused of planting pipe bombs outside the Republican and Democratic Party headquarters back in D.C. on January 6th, 2021, 4 years ago. 4 years ago. But, God, it was that long ago. How long ago was COVID? Oh. My kid said to me a couple of weeks ago, he said, remember way back in COVID? I'm like, what? Way back in COVID? I still got a mask in my glove box. It wasn't way back in COVID. COVID was just, but no, actually, it turns out COVID actually was way back. It's just that when we get older, it's like things, that's not a long time ago. Do you know what's not a long time ago to me? This is how I know I'm old. And if this is not a long time ago for you, then you're old too. September 11th was not a long time ago for me. It's like I still vividly remember all of that. That's 25 years ago, 24 years ago, 23 years ago. What we just come through? I don't know. I don't want to do the math. The suspect who has been arrested is Brian Cole Jr. of Woodbridge, Virginia. He's been charged with use of an explosive device. This according to U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi. The investigation is ongoing and more charges could be filed. Bondi adding that the search warrants are currently being executed. Cole is also accused of transporting an explosive device in interstate commerce, as well as the attempted malicious destruction of explosive materials, said Jeanine Pirro, U.S. Attorney. God. What the fuck, man? I mean, seriously, I can't even say these names without like going, oh, fuck. We have just lowered the bar. We're not even, here's my problem. You want to know what my problem is with your Hegseths and your Jeanine Pirro? You want to know what my problem is with this? Man, we're not even going with starters from TV. We're taking bench players. We're taking weekend anchors and like fucking fill time people, and we're elevating them to positions of insane power. It's not like we're getting Sean Hannity. It's not like the U.S. attorney is who's that chick? Who's the mean chick? Hitler's girlfriend with the blonde hair? Laura Ingraham. It's not like Laura Ingraham is being given a set. No, it's like the chick who does 7 o'clock at night on Saturdays. We're making them. Anyway, Jeanine Pirro, that makes me laugh. Anybody who got on TV and, was like really hardcore while Trump was watching is now somebody who's really important in this country. We don't do politics, but come on, it's funny. It's all you can do is laugh at this. Don't worry, Jeanine Pirro is on the case. The arrest is a massive breakthrough in the nearly 5-year-old federal investigation into who placed the bombs. As an individual, hold on, this is Kash Patel talking. This is Kash. As an individual who is now alleged to have placed multiple explosive devices to blow up multiple people and multiple officials and innocent civilians is now arrested, FBI Director Kash Patel said at a press briefing. Kash Patel is the head of the FBI. He wasn't even like a frontline guy. He was like a guest. He wasn't like a host like Jeanine Pirro and Hegseth was. He was like a guest, and he wasn't even a primetime guest. He wasn't a Hannity guest. This fucker was like on weekend Fox News morning, and now he's in charge of the FBI. These are all second stringer TV people that we've elevated to these incredible positions of import. And it's just so silly. It's just so disserious. That's my problem with it. It's disserious. It's like, so what? Someone living in a fucking trailer in Mississippi can go, oh, I know who the FBI director is. I saw him on Jeanine Pirro's weekend show. What the fuck are we doing here? I'd love to be able to say that, the Bidens and the Obamas and the Democrats do the same thing, but they don't pick people from TV. They just pick people I don't know. Like I'd love to be able to say that all of the people that Obama brought in, that those guys, or all the people that Biden brought in, that they were all qualified. But I don't know. I don't know if they were qualified. What I do know is that they weren't on TV. So the guys that are now suddenly in these big chairs and in these positions, the only qualification they seem to have is Q rating. You know what Q rating is? Q rating is something that's used in the entertainment business where people, it's how recognizable are you? If you went to a shopping mall in Nebraska and said, you know who Pete Hegseth is? 10 years ago or 5 years ago, whenever he was doing Fox Weekends. If you had gone to a mall and said, you know who Pete Hegseth is? 5 out of 10 people might have been like, yeah. Right? So let's say he's at like a 50% Q rating. You go to that same mall and ask the same people, do you know who Tucker Carlson is? They'll be like, yeah, like 9 out of 10 might say Tucker. So he's got a much higher Q rating. These people are all low Q rating people, but they have Q ratings. So that's why they got their gigs. They're all people who didn't have to take a major pay cut to go into civil service. Right? Laura Ingraham would be like, wait a second, I make like $6 million a year talking shit every night on Fox News. You want to pay me what? A civil servant salary to be a secretary? To take arrows? To catch bullshit from everybody for the next couple of years? No, I'm going to pass. So that's why they go with the weekend dudes. They go with Pete Hegseth, who was probably making like $75 an hour. You think I'm kidding? I'm not. That's what those like weekend people get. Because see, they do it for the exposure. Because I don't know, it might lead to being Secretary of Defense. I'm not calling it Secretary of War. I'm not doing it. That's so stupid. that's Secretary of Defense. I'm also happy to see that we're still fucking calling it the Gulf of Mexico, okay? It didn't stick. Gulf of America didn't stick. You look silly. Nobody calls it that. It's the Gulf of Mexico. Not the Gulf of Mexico. All right, back to this guy there in Virginia who had the pipe bombs. Thank you, Cash. Cash Patel told us that he got them. MS Now, which, oh, by the way, that's new. That's right. That's new. I remember we did the story a couple of months ago where I said, hey, by the way, MSNBC is going away. It's now called MS Now. So that's a thing now we have to get used to. MS Now, which absolutely isn't MSNBC. If you had some sort of bias in your mind because of what you've known MSNBC to be for the past 20 years, if that's no, this is completely different. It's not. It's not completely different. They just changed the name. It's still fucking Al Sharpton and, all of that nonsense over there. MS Now, which reported the arrest on Thursday morning, said police have not yet determined a motive. The January 6th pipe bomber, I think we know what the motive is. The motive was take it all down, right? He was one of these guys who thought that was supposed to be a takedown of the government. So he was planting bombs. 2 people briefed on the arrest told MS Now on Thursday morning that the suspect has been linked to statements that show support for an anarchist ideology. All right. Oh, yeah, that's the other thing. We don't know that this guy was, I know that there were a lot of Trump flags at January 6th. So the optics, if you were just watching it, the optics said, oh yeah, this is MAGA. These are all MAGA people trying to burn down Washington, D.C. and take over the government. That's what the optics said because, the people that were there were loud and proud Trump fans with their big flags and all that shit. But I don't know that that was all of them. And I certainly don't know that they were the ones that were there to do the damage. There is an element in this country, folks, that are not political at all. They are just anarchists. They are just people that want it all brought down for whatever reason. Maybe you sit down and have a cup of coffee with them. You'll find out that they've got some left leanings or some right leanings or whatever, but they are not subscribed to any political ideology at all. So this guy very, very well might be that. He just might be one of these burn it all down motherfuckers. The discoveries that led to his arrest did not come from new evidence, but rather from the same trove of material that had mostly been gathered in 2021. What, they just getting around to it now? That means the suspect could feasibly have been arrested years ago, a fact that could cause embarrassment for the FBI. But Patel on Thursday's presser touted that we did not discover any new information. All right, so Patel got up there today and was like, yeah, we got him. And they're like, whoa, what's the new information that led you to get him today? He's like, nothing. We could have gotten him a long time ago. He's been there. We knew all this. We just figured we needed a win. This administration needed a win. So we're doing this today. Optics. So we live in a country, and it's not going to get better with whoever the new guy that comes in. Whoever the new guy, whatever the next administration that replaces this one. No. What do they call it? The cow's out of the barn. Whatever. The way we do politics in this country is irreversibly changed. We're gonna get Secretary of State Stephen Colbert with the next Democratic. No, it won't be that. What would be the liberal Democrat version of Jeanine Pirro and Pete Hegseth? So like when we elect President, oh, that's good. That's good. Actually, who is going to be the Democratic Trump? So not a guy, Mark Cuban. There we go. When we elect President Mark Cuban, because that's what we do now. We just elect people that I like him on Shark Tank. When we elect Mark Cuban, His Secretary of Defense is going to be, remember, it can't be the high-end guys, because even Trump didn't get the Hannitys and the Tuckers and the Ingrams. He didn't elevate them because they make too much money. So it ain't going to be like, ain't going to be like Reverend Dale Sharpton. It'll be lessers. It'll be like, if you host The Daily Show on Wednesdays, you're the new Secretary of Defense. That's what it's going to be like. They're gonna make that Brian Fanone. You know who Brian Fanone is? He's the January 6th Capitol police officer who famously got beat up and then had a heart attack and all that stuff. And now he goes around and he's on TV all the time and he's like, I'm angry. He's Brian Fanone. That guy, he's gonna be in charge of the FBI. He's the new Cash Patel. Yeah, we'll see how you fuckers like it. Yeah, right. It's going to seem completely absurd to you, right? Okay. Spread it around. All right. That's enough on this story. We don't need to talk about that story anymore. There you go. We caught the January 6th guy. Nobody knows what his deal is. Let's see here. Let's see. Let's see what you guys are saying. Let me see. Big Luke says whoever plays Secretary of Defense on the last season of West Wing. right. John Amos. Yeah. It'll be all West Wing people. The chief of staff for President Mark Cuban is going to be Bradley Whitford, famous for his role as Josh Lyman on the West Wing. He's going to be. That's great. Let's see here. What else do we got? Who else? Secretary of the Treasury, Neil Cavuto. Nah, you know what they'll do? It won't be Neil Cavuto. It'll be Secretary of the Treasury. Who's a rich liberal guy that's on TV? I don't know. Let's go. We'll get back to that one. I don't know. We got Ed here. Ed says, be impressed, everybody. I have Pugs running Linux for all this now. He's taking to it like a duck to water. Oh, it's easy. Here's the problem, though. That is Ed. Ed's the boss man. You have him to thank for all this nonsense. Ed, at the computer that we're running the show off, it used to be Windows. The computer is now Linux, which, if I'm being honest, I've really noticed I don't know what I'm doing, and I have not had any problems. So it seems to be the same freaking thing. There was one issue that I have with this, and that is, in order to watch news live while the show is going on, I have to have a window open that accesses my local Xfinity cable account. So I can open up a window that you guys can't see, and it can have like CNN on it, so I can monitor the news as it's going on. For some reason, Linux is not compatible with Xfinity.com, and that sucks. So that's the only thing that I can't do with this Linux setup as opposed to Windows. But man, seriously, I can work around that. I am not complaining. Don't get it twisted. Barney says, my boy Barney, how are you, brother? I haven't seen you around. I haven't seen Barney on Twitter. Look, you guys got to understand, you people mean a lot to me. I know it seems like, we don't really know each other, that this is all just very surface kind of a relationship. But I've missed you guys. I really have. You guys are my army. You're my people. Barney says, with all the shit I listen to every day, no one has mentioned this story today. Nobody is really. I'm sorry. I mean, really, you haven't heard about this? This is like the big story of the day, isn't it? The January 6th guy. Is that what we're talking about? All right. That was funny, Luke. Luke made me laugh. Whoever played Secretary of Defense on the last season of The West Wing is who we're going to get. All right. Let's see. What else do we have to talk about today? We got the January 6th guy. I don't want to go into the Brian Walsh stuff. I don't know if there's any new Brian Walsh stuff. Brian Walsh killed his wife. Here, let's see. What is the latest? We'll show you. I tell you what, because I'm obsessed with this story and I will be covering it, I'll give you a quick little, here's what's going on with these people. Oop, hold on. Sorry. All right. So here, this is the Brian Walsh story. This is a murder trial that is happening in Boston. They always happen in Boston, don't they? Seriously, think about it. Like every murdering of a partner story seems to come from Boston, the Boston metro area, or just somewhere in New England. Seems there's a lot of murdering of wives and husbands in New England. Remember the story we were just covering a couple of months back? The woman who killed Brian. What's his name? Brian? What's the woman's name? I can't think of her name now. I kind of thought she was kind of hot. The woman backed over her boyfriend, but then she said she didn't, and she left, and he was at a party, and they found him dead in the yard. That was Boston. And now we got this new one, Brian Walsh in Boston. All right, let's see here. I just want to show you these people. All right, there's Brian Walsh. Oh, can't see him because pop-ups. There you go. All right, that's Brian Walsh, and that's his attorney. He looks a little disheveled, doesn't he? He does. He looks a little, his wife was a smoking hot, much younger Eastern European immigrant. She was from Serbia, I think. And he is I'm going to tell you a little bit about him. He's a bit of a con man. He was an art dealer, and he was convicted of selling phony Andy Warhol paintings. Okay. So probably worth, I imagine, a lot of money. And so he was going through the courts with that, and he was confined to home with an ankle monitor. And, so he's staying at home with his ankle monitor on his selling fake Andy Warhol charges. And he's kind of Mr. Mom. He's kind of taking care of the kids. There are 2 kids. Now, the hot immigrant Eastern European chick, whose name here, well, I'll show you. Sorry, before we. Here you go. All right, that's Anna right there. That's Anna. All right, Anna, beautiful young woman, about 15 years younger than him. Anna, of course, born in Serbia, came over here, started working at a hotel. Probably right there at the concierge or at the front desk, because she's hot. Attractive women always get jobs where they greet the public first, because it's just, think about it, it's good branding. And she met him, and he started flirting with her and all of that kind of stuff, and he pursued her. And oh, wait a second. Do you know what I'm doing? I think I'm conflating how Brian Walsh wooed Anna, his dead wife that he killed. I'm conflating that with how Diddy wooed Kim Porter, because I'm watching the Diddy documentary on on Netflix, and they go into how Diddy pursued Kim Porter, who wanted nothing to do with him. Anyway, but actually it is similar. It is very similar. All right, let me dial into how Brian Walsh met. He picked her up. She was like a concierge at a hotel, and he was a big shooter art dealer, and he flirted with her, and he picked her up, and she went with him, and then they got married, and they were happy, and she was now a legal citizen, and she married a guy with money, an art dealer, a guy who seemed like a mover and a shaker. But here's what happened throughout the course of their marriage. She decided that she wanted a little something for herself. So she became a real estate agent. Not just a real estate agent driving around in her car showing people. No, she apparently took off. Her real estate career was huge. She was making $500,000 a year. She had an office in Boston and an office in Washington, D.C., and she would fly back and forth. She was an executive with this major. So she's making big baller money, right? She's still probably got the sexy Eastern European accent and all that. So she's making big baller real estate money. And he's stuck at home with the kids with an ankle bracelet because he tried to pass off some bullshit Andy Warhol paintings. So she's probably not real happy with him, and you can understand why she would have an affair. At least I do. I'm like, I get it. So anyway, she went missing on New Year's Eve a couple of years back, or New Year's Day. The last time they saw her was New Year's Eve. She had dinner. Her and her husband and a friend, a mutual friend, had dinner together, and then nobody saw her since. So that's the story of Anna and Brian Walsh. It is in court right now. It's been going on the last few days. And I'm pretty obsessed with it. So as soon as we're done here today, I'm going to learn all about what happened in court today, and I'll bring you the updates. But basically, he did it because we know he did it because she went missing. He said she went to her office in Washington, D.C., but there's like no record of her leaving the house. Nobody's ring doorbells. Everything is caught on ring doorbells now. Everybody's got a ring doorbell. Every neighborhood in America has a ring doorbell. You can't do anything on a sidewalk anymore without 15 different angles from different ring doorbells showing what you're doing. So anyway, she never left the house. He said she left the house. She never went to the airport, got on a plane. He said she left and got on a plane and went to her office in Washington. She never showed up in Washington. Her employees or bosses or whatever, the people she works with in Washington, they're like, hey, she's not here. And he's like, well, she left. And they're like, this is weird. We should call the police. She's missing. And he's like, don't worry about it. He was like, don't worry about it. She hates you guys. She probably quit. She was telling me she was going to quit and never show up. He fumbled the moments following the murder of his wife in such spectacular fashion. And if you're reading the rundown of what's happening in court, you'll see he's a fool. He killed his wife. I can't believe he's still saying he didn't do it. He killed his wife. His Google account, like January 1st, right? So remember, the last time she was seen, they had dinner on New Year's Eve. Brian, Anna, and a friend of theirs. They had dinner on New Year's Eve. Nobody has seen her since. And on January 1st, Brian is like on Google searching how long before a dead body starts to smell. And he's Googling, how do you dismember a body? Like, he's like, come on, man. What are you doing? So there you have it. So we'll be covering that as more details, and I'm fascinated with that story. We'll get it. I don't want to get into it today because we've already been on the air now for 2 hours, and I ain't talked about nothing. I've just been freeballing it. Hey, where's Byron? Do we not have Byron in here today? Byron is another person. I see. I got Barney. I didn't see. Was Byron? I think was Byron in earlier? I don't know. I'm just keeping tabs on people. We got Al, we got April, just keeping tabs. Barney says, every other post I see on X is some blue-collar millionaire sitting in a 200,000 F-350 with alligator leather heated seats, complaining about losing his slave wage labor force. Yeah. I don't know. Apropos of what? I don't know. That was probably on point with something I said like 5 minutes ago, and I just saw it now, so I am sorry. Oh, there's Byron. All right. Hi, Byron. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were here. I wanted to make sure you were here. All right, what else do we want to do? Let's see. What other story are we... Oh, you know what else I want to do today? Hold on. We had been really keeping track of the celebrity deaths. Remember my death trilogy theory? I believe I know it's not my theory. A lot of people have it, but I believe that celebrities die in threes. And for years, whether it was on Chicago radio or even in Dallas, I have attempted to create the perfect yearly death trilogy where you actually get it from the very beginning. Like, I'll give you an example. In 2025, the first celebrity to pass away was at 12:30 in the morning on January 1st, 2025. That was Wayne Osmond. Yeah. One of the Osmonds died. He was the first. And then, within 10 days, here are the rules for a death trilogy. A celebrity, which I know is subjective. because it's like he's a celebrity to me, he's not a celebrity to you. Whatever. This is all just by my own subjective. Celebrity dies. 3 celebrities have to die within 10 days of each other. 3 celebrities dying within 3 days or 10 days of each other create a trilogy. So that's how we do it. So I've been, throughout the course of 2025, I have been trying to keep tabs on all of the trilogies. I believe we have 27 trilogies, 27 celebrity death trilogies so far in 2025. And we're in the final month. We are running. So will we get to 30? That would mean that 9 more celebrities would have to die in the next couple of days. We'll see. Anyway, so I'll bring you up to speed on that, because a number of notable, important people have passed away in the month or so, 6 weeks that I've been off the air. So we've got to get back into that. We've got to figure out where we are. What else? Oh, we can do this. All right, here's a story. Yeah, this will get me going. This is we can do this story. Do I want to do the Nuzzy and Liza story today? Maybe. But I want to do this. I want to do the Howard Stern story, because this one gets me mad. This one really makes me mad. I've seen this now 3 times. I'm on a lot of radio Twitters, like I've a lot of specific subject matters will get you specific people on Twitter to follow. So a lot of my timeline is like radio people and like radio discussions and all that kind of stuff, media conversations. And one of the stories that has been sort of bumping around the last couple of days went viral over the weekend. And it's absurd that it went viral. And it's absurd that this is something that young people, these are young people are upset that we 20 years ago enjoyed radio where they talked like this. So we're going to listen to an example of Howard Stern. Howard Stern's being accused of verbal rape. Verbal rape. This is like something that they're going talking to his bosses. Let's get him fired. He shouldn't be allowed. He's still on Sirius XM or wherever he is. I don't even know where Howard Stern is anymore. But it just made me so angry that some group of people have created the term verbal rape. Do you know what just the idea that you're equating verbal rape with actual physical rape? Do you know how fucking monstrous that is? Do you know what an idiot you are? There is no such thing as verbal rape. You know what there is? There's people who talk to you like an asshole. There are people who say things that are terrible, but the problem with rape, you see, the problem with physical rape is very serious. There are physical harm. It's violent. It is an absolute forced supplication to someone else's sexual desires. It is a very real, horrible, monstrous thing. Verbal rape? What is verbal rape? Is this really where we're moving the goalpost to? All right, so I want to play this for you because it struck me as, that's something I could talk about. Let's put this up. Here we go. Do we still have it? All right. So apparently this comes from some chick who was on Smallville. If you remember Howard Stern back in the day, he was a big fan of Smallville. So he had some chick on. And again, this comes to us from like 2001, 2002, something like that. This is a while ago. All right, here we go. Is this it? Watch Howard Stern verbally rape. All right, here we go. So who is this chick? I don't even know what her name is. She never went on to do anything. She was probably on a TV show 20 years ago. It's very pretty. It's a pretty girl. She was on Smallville. Howard Stern loves Smallville. So here we go. Let's see. This is being called verbal rape. Hold on. And again, you're a monster if you think there's such a thing as verbal rape, because that tells me that you don't really understand what actual fucking rape is and what it does to a person. Stop being silly. All right, here we go. Let's watch this.
Yeah, I knew they would glob onto something, so.
I'm gonna bang you. What do you say we double that number today?
Oh,
So you had seen his wiener.
yeah.
No, I'm curious. face. I want to know, because this doesn't happen a lot. You're allowed to touch your boobs. By the way, you're nice.
Yes.
What do you see? At least a vibrator?
No?
You would use your hand on the guy, not your mouth.
No.
So that mouth is only for yapping, huh?
I don't know why I didn't leave, but he had two cronies that threatened. They were standing there off camera, and they were going to drop trow and show me their business to try to get another reaction out of me.
Right before I beat off last night, I was looking at. One of the guys sent me a link. She's naked in there.
I asked if she was upset and her jaw gets a little
It's
tight.
tight, yeah. That's what I saw here. That
Yeah, we were
smiling, but it wasn't
connected.
real.
Right?
Are you listening to this, Erica? Are you listening to this? What's that? You don't know if you want to? No, he just wants to know if you. He thinks that you left upset.
No, I'm fine.
No, he thinks that you left upset, and he seems surprised. It's like, you know, it was a topic that we were talking about, we were just discussing it, but he thinks that you left sort of like not, that you were sort of irritated by the whole situation, are you?
Oh, no. I wouldn't say irritated. I'm just pleasant. Well, I would say I'm surprised that it's all about this whole news thing. And there's so many other things to talk about, but I do understand it's Howard Stern, so. I felt so embarrassed for my family because it was so tawdry.
All right, so there you have it. Verbal raping of an innocent actress whose career went nowhere, and she's obviously now trying to get a little bit of attention. She wants a bit of a spotlight back, I guess. Guys, by today's 2025 standards, okay, I would never engage in a conversation with anybody in a media project or an interview type thing. I would never engage in that way in 2025. Why? Because the world has changed. And if you don't kind of keep up with the changing sexual mores or whatever, then, you know, you're destined to be the old guy who gets canceled for hugging too long. Right? Remember, we had a whole bunch of old actors a couple of years ago who like, he'll never work again. He's 90. This was probably his last film anyway. He hugged me too long. He hugged me, and now I just don't know if I can go outside. I'm afraid. See, I mean, it's silly, right? Okay. But just because it's silly based upon our own experiences or where we've been in our lives, just because it's silly, it doesn't negate the fact that it is the new rule. Okay. The new rule is you cannot talk to people the way Howard Stern used to talk to people. Can't do it. Kind of wish you could. You know, Byron's got a great point here. Byron says that's mild for late 90s Howard Stern. That is really mild, which is why I push back on this whole thing and think that it's just this actress who never went on to do anything in 2025 trying to get a little bit of heat. And she did. I can't believe the way he talked to me. What? And then she says in the clip, she says, I was embarrassed. You know, my family was listening. I go, you did the Howard Stern show. Who in 1999, first of all, when you got the Howard Stern show, your publicist came to you back in 2000 or 99, whenever this was. When you got the show, your publicist or your manager came to you and was like, I got great news. You're going to be on the biggest show in the world and this is going to be huge for your brand. It was a good thing. And now in 2025, she's acting like she was gang raped at a fucking poker party. She went on the Howard Stern show in 1999. She knew what she was doing. Her people knew what they were doing. Everyone knew what was going to happen. Howard Stern was a fan of the show. I imagine that he probably talked about how I can't wait to get her in here. I want to bang her. Oh, I want to bang her. That's how shock radio was in the 90s. I'm not going to apologize for it. It's who we were. Nobody was offended. When we were doing it back then, nobody was offended. In fact, it was just the opposite. That kind of talk, that kind of pushback against the previous generations of media that was very straight-laced. And we would never say, it's a beautiful day out there, isn't it? Everything is just perfect the way we do broadcasting in 1975. No, the Howard Stern, the shock jock, the stuff in the 80s and the 90s, that was all pushback, pendulum swinging from this buttoned up way of doing media. You listen to your hometowns, well, in Dallas, Ron Chapman. Think about listening to Ron Chapman in 1980. Think about listening here in Chicago to Wally Phillips in 1980, right? And then move forward to the year 2000. And it's Russ Martin in Dallas, and it's Howard Stern, in Chicago, right? Times changed. That's all it was. It was a pendulum swing. And now in the 20 years since Howard Stern and Shock Jock and, what we tried to piggyback on with 105.3, creating an entire station of shock talkers, now we're 25 years away from that, and the pendulum has swung the other way. But here's the problem. You cannot hold people responsible in 2020 for engaging in a way that was socially acceptable simply because it is no longer socially acceptable. I hate to go. Nah, I don't want to. I was gonna say, it's like why we can't like George Washington because he had slaves. You can't hold it. I don't want to go there. I don't want to go there. But it is kind of the same thing. It was acceptable, and it was encouraged, and it was wildly rewarded for Howard Stern to behave that way in 2000. She should have known the game. She did know the game. In the moment, she knew the game. Now, in 2025, she's doing community playhouse outside Toronto for the past 20 years. She doesn't have much of a career, but, where was she 5 years ago? She probably would have gotten a lot more heat from her 20-year-old trauma at the hands of Howard Stern. She probably would have gotten more heat had she done this 5 years ago. She's like, the Me Too isn't a thing anymore, right? By the way, that's another thing that I've got here that we'll do at some point, because I've been compiling a list. I read an article a couple weeks ago when I was not doing shows. I read an article about all the people who were canceled. Remember cancel? He said something bad. He's going to lose his TV show, and he's never going to be heard from again. I found this great article about cancel culture and how that the people who were canceled actually are doing better now than they were before, and they're loving it more because they're no longer constrained by the man. They're just doing everything independently and cashing 100% of the profits and putting it in their own pockets. I speak of people like Louis C.K. Anyway, it's a really interesting article, so I'm going to share that and we'll go through that. Cancel culture was not a thing. It was something that embarrassed people for about a 48 to 72 hour period where everybody was like, oh, he's a bad person. And then we all forgot and moved on. Howard Stern. Let's cancel Howard Stern. What do you say? Let's cancel Howard Stern because in the year 2000, he did what Howard Stern did. He made hundreds of millions of dollars for it. All right. What else do we want to get into? What else? We got this weird Laura Loomer video. Did you guys see that? That is going to be another aspect of what I do here. I'm going to try and take down other fucking sinfluencers, as I call them, influencer media personalities who are just famous because, well, they're assholes. Laura Loomer is a fucking certifiable crazy bitch. She is not normal. Would you let your child be babysat by Laura Loomer? You may not even know who she is. All you got to do is look at pictures of her and you can see. Anybody who's got even a modicum of an ability to judge people based on just seeing them for a minute or two, you immediately register that she's fucking crazy. She's got crazy ex-girlfriend eyes. She's an ugly woman who is working really hard to be fuckable, and it's just not working. She's just plastic surgery and weird. Anyway, we got some really cool video of her hitting on some Nazi guy. Apparently there was some crazy... Do you guys know the video I'm talking about? I kind of want to watch that now and just break it down with you. So apparently there was some right wing, I imagine this was in Florida. It's very Florida vibes. There's some party and it's all a bunch of young, very sketchy, right wing people. The people who sort of, made all of their money over the past couple of years being terrible. Your Laura Loomers, your Milos. Remember Milo? him, and then whoever this guy is, I don't even know who this is, but apparently he's a Nazi. He's like he's like a young Nazi, but he's like a leader in like the young, I'm handsome. And would you believe I'm a Nazi? He's like one of those guys. Probably got like, 50 million Twitter followers or whatever. I've never heard of him. But this is video from a party of an inebriated Laura Loomer hitting on this Nazi guy. And it's just so wonderful to watch because she is such a train wreck. And anybody who has been in this situation can immediately spot the desperation, the lack of, she would fuck this guy, right? I mean, she's a whore. She's obviously coming across like a girl who is sexually willing to give herself. I think she's blown Trump. I do. I think that she has blown Trump, which is gross because Trump can get so much better. But, some guys, they're sexual deviants in that way. If they can get something, they'll just get it. That explains streetwalkers, right? Have you ever seen streetwalkers? You ever seen like prostitutes who are selling their wares on the streets? And then can you believe that there are dudes who will pay for it? Yeah, there are dudes like that who just don't care about sexual conquest. So I think she has, I just from this video, watching the way she is, she's a slut, she's a drunk, she's a weirdo, she's crazy. And by the way, it doesn't need to be mentioned. I got no problem with sluts. I got a problem with Laura Loomer because on top of being a slut, she's a whole bunch of other things. But I think a sexually liberated woman is fine. I would never, she's a whore. She's been with 5 guys in the last 6 months. Well, she's single. She's dating. That's not a whore. That's a woman who doesn't subscribe to your tenets of what makes a woman a woman. So I'm not upset that she's a whore. It's just good. It's just an added feature to my hatred of this psycho crazy lady. Anyway, let's watch this. She's embarrassing herself. It's Laura Loomer. Hold on. Here you go. So again, this is at some party. This is being recorded without her knowledge. And she is just going all in trying to fuck this guy who wants nothing to do.
Like beautiful.
Thank you.
Like an Aryan, your hair and your eyes look so good. You're like beautiful.
Thank you.
Like an Aryan degenerate goddess.
Okay, so that's the first thing she... Yeah, we're going to break this down. Okay. She's hot for him because as she's describing him as an Aryan degenerate, she called him a goddess? He's a god. He's a dude. She called him an Aryan degenerate goddess, which is interesting that she's like all into like Nazi dudes because she's Jewish. She's Jewish. And she's like, anyway, let's watch. Let's just watch this. It's so uncomfortable, you guys. It is so uncomfortable. All right, again, this is right-wing Trump mistress Laura Loomer trying to get with some Nazi who wants nothing to do with her. Here we go.
So good. You're like beautiful.
Thank you.
You're like an Aryan degenerate goddess.
Thank you.
I love it.
Thank you. You're Aryan too.
I know, but I'm Jewish.
It's okay.
Because you're such a cutie.
Don't mess my hair up. God damn. Fix it.
I'm Jewish. That's okay. That's okay. Self-loathing. She's a self-loathing Jew. She just said right there, yeah, but I'm not perfect because I'm Jewish.
Fix my hair. Thank you. You're Aryan too.
I know, but I'm Jewish.
It's okay.
Because you're such a cutie.
Don't mess my hair up. God damn. Fix it. Fix my hair. Did you fix it?
I did. But like that picture you posted on Instagram recently when you got like reinstated on Facebook was so hot. Like seriously.
I appreciate it.
It's so good.
It's a good picture.
Your skin and the Nazis hate.
All right, so let's just table for a minute that he's a Nazi. And let's just be like, he's the hero in this situation. All right, for this breakdown, he's going to play the role of the hero. Let's forget that he's a Nazi. He wants nothing to do with her. And he's actually kind of being nice. Like I've seen guys not want to have anything to do with some drunk, sloppy chick. And I've seen the way they treat him. This guy is actually being kind of nice. Now, maybe it has something to do with her status in the movement. Like maybe because she is a bigger name than he is, that he's sort of putting up with this really wild. Anyway, let's continue.
It's fun.
The alt-right people want to put me in a gas chamber because they're obsessed with the Jews.
I think they're just memeing on you, but it's okay.
It's okay. I don't care. I love it.
It'd be like that sometimes.
I know. They're just jealous because I have big tits and an Ashkenazi IQ.
Yes, that's what it is.
Yeah.
You got it.
Anyway, next time you're in New York, let me know. We'll hang out. Bring your girlfriend to New York sometime, and we'll all hang out. We'll go to like really cool restaurants.
Bring your girlfriend in. She's throwing it out there right now. I know you have a girlfriend, and I can tell now that you're not interested in me. So I'm now going to. I don't know what this is about, but it gets weirder.
And hang out and have a blast.
Yes, I will bring my girlfriend.
Yeah, I want to meet. What's Becca?
Doesn't get any clearer than that. Yes, I will bring my girlfriend.
Yeah.
This is what no shame looks like. When you have no shame, as Laura Loomer has no shame, when you have no shame, this is what it looks like in real life. This is not her performing for cameras. This is her as a real human being out there in the wild. This is what having no shame looks like.
Becca, hang out. Bring your girlfriend to New York sometime, and we'll all hang out. We'll go to like really cool restaurants and hang out and have a blast.
Yes, I will bring my girlfriend.
Yeah, I want to meet. What's Becca?
Yeah.
Becca.
Yes.
She's so sweet.
You remember?
Yeah, of course.
Yes, you'll meet her.
You guys are so sweet. I hope it works out because like I said, I know it's all an act. Like I know everything you do on Twitter is like so fake and
This guy. He's watching this. He's going, oh, God. I know it's all an act. I know that, you being the head of like, a bunch of crazy right-wing Nazi type people who say horrible things and don't take the terrible, terrible situation that occurred during World War II in Germany seriously. I know it's just an act.
not real, but
Yeah,
it's so sweet that you like I know everything you do on Twitter is like so fake and not real, but
Yeah,
it's so sweet that you like and your girlfriend have been together for 3 years. I love it.
I know, it's all an act.
Do you know something? Like I'm gonna tell you a secret. Like, do you know so many people in this movement who?
Oh my God, she's the fucking most annoying girl in the bar, which, I knew she would be. I mean, anybody who's got any familiarity with this crazy fucking chick would know that she's drunk chick at the bar. That's what she is. Remember, what was that Saturday Night Live character, right? Drunk girl you met at a party. That's who she is. That is exactly who she is. Drunk chick you met at a party. What was that girl's name? Remember that girl? Remember that girl on Saturday Night Live? She was good. She was only there for a couple of years, and then she left, and then she did absolutely nothing, and we'll never see her again. I want to say that her name is like Veronica Strong. What, Veronica? That's not it. Her name ain't Veronica Strong. It's... I don't know.
Preach trad life or like fucking people on the side and like cheating on their partners. So many people in this movement who preach trad life are like fucking people on the side and like cheating on their partners.
That's so bad.
Like they're not even like really trad life.
Such scum.
Like my ex is like dating somebody who's like super trad life, and she was like fucking my boyfriend while we were dating, and like.
Wait. Her ex was hold on. We got to hear this again. Her ex was fucking her boyfriend. So she had a new boyfriend, and then she found out that her ex-boyfriend was having sex with her new boyfriend. Is that what she just said? Let's reframe this.
Like they're not even like really trad life.
Scum.
Like my ex is like dating somebody who's like super trad life, and she was like fucking my boyfriend while we were dating, and like.
My ex is like dating somebody who's super trad life, but he was fucking my boyfriend. I don't know what's
Somebody who
sounds like she was dating a gay guy, but
they're not even like really trad life.
Scum.
Like my ex is like dating somebody who's like super trad life, and she was like fucking my boyfriend while we were dating, and like ruined our relationship. And I act like it's okay, but like it's really sad because like I love when people like keep tradition in their relationships. It's just really sad.
Need that. There you go. That's Laura Loomer. She has access to the president. She does she has an office in the Pentagon. Yep, she's got an office in the Pentagon. What else does she have? She's got an in and out pass in the Oval Office. So there you have it. Only the best. They promised us only the best, and we've got nothing but fucking clowns. Do we find out who Veronica Strong is? I know that's not her name. Let me see. Barney says, drunk girl at a party you wish you hadn't started a conversation. Cecily Strong. That's it. That's it. Thank you, Barney. Okay, thank you, Kevin. So we had a problem there. So there was a problem with the audio playing that, huh? So the video was too soft and my responses were too big. Okay. Thank you, Kevin. I appreciate that. Hold on. There you go. I need you to point these things out, the new studio. I will just turn that up a little bit. Maybe now in the future. We'll be able to do that. All right, guys, I gotta do another bathroom break. I'm sorry. I gotta take a quick pee. It's getting older. It's been on it's 2 hours 15 minutes. Oh, the video was too loud. My response was too soft. Okay. All right. Thank you, guys. All right, now I got it. That actually makes more sense. So thank you. Quick break. I'll be right back. I got to go to the bathroom. All right. Sorry. Oh, geez. Now that I've sat down, how come I can't hear that at all? 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Maybe it's a little bit louder. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Now it's feeling a little hot, but that's okay. At least I can hear it now. All right. Does that sound all right? All right. Is that overmodulating? All right. All right, we'll just go at it like this. Hi, everybody. No, why is that why do I hear it overmodulating? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We'll just leave it right there. That'll be fine. Hey, Mom, if my mom is listening, and she's not, there's no chance that she is. I just sat down. I meant to get up and turn the heat up a little bit because it is freezing in here. And now that I'm sitting down, I can't turn the heat back up. I took my jacket off. I went to the bathroom and I meant to turn the heat up so I didn't have to keep the jacket on, but I didn't turn the heat up. I just came and sat down. So now I'm trapped here. Don't want to get up and do the heat. So my mom, who is back at her house, she has an app on her phone. So if she's listening, turn the heat up in here, Mom. Thank you. There you go. That's a test. See if my mom is actually supporting. I know she was earlier, but turn the heat up if you can. Thanks, Mom. Because I don't want to get up and do it myself. It is crazy. Everything. That's another Ring thing, right? She can see me here. She knows when I leave. She knows when because everything's on her cell phone now. She's like, she's 20 miles away. She's like, oh, you're at the house now. Oh, let me turn the heat up for him. Which is very nice. All right, let's see here. What do we want to do? What else do we want to do? We'll get rid of the crazy Milo stuff. Get rid of that. I don't want that. Let's see. What else do we have? Oh, here. I'm sorry. I wanted to show you guys this. Remember when we were just talking about Howard Stern? We were talking about Howard Stern and how it's kind of unfair in 2025 to hold him responsible for actions and performances, which is what it was. It was a performance. He's a performer. Actions and performances that took place during a time when society was in a different headspace, right? It's kind of unfair to judge people by that stuff. I wanted to show you guys this. After the Howard Stern thing, I wanted to show you this. Did you know that Burt Reynolds raped a woman? Just raped her right there on camera. Check this out. This is Burt Reynolds from 1978. This is he's at a party at Florida State University where Burt Reynolds was a standout football player. Before Burt Reynolds was Burt Reynolds, the movie star, he was actually a football player at Florida State. And of course, he would go on to become Burt Reynolds. So Florida State was always like, you ought to come back and donate money. So Burt Reynolds became a big part of Florida State University, and he would go to their big things. And this is at a Florida State University fundraising event where Burt Reynolds is there, and the local reporter is very excited to be talking to Brad Pitt, Leonardo DiCaprio, whatever you want. If you don't remember how fucking big Burt Reynolds was, he was the A-list of the A-list. He was the biggest movie star on the planet in some local, where is Florida State? Is that Gainesville? No, Gainesville is Florida. Where's Florida State? Jacksonville? No, Jacksonville. Anyway, whatever. Some small market reporter is suddenly standing face to face with Burt Reynolds, and she's a female TV reporter in the 1970s. So she was hot, right? And Burt Reynolds is hot because he's Burt Reynolds. So this is how Burt Reynolds greets her. He rapes her right there on TV. Watch this. Watch this evil.
To see you, Mary Jo.
Mr. Reynolds, what brought you to Tallahassee?
To see you, Mary Jo. I wanted you under this tent desperately.
Moving right along. You were here 20 years ago as a football player.
Yes, I was.
Yes. What was your fondest memories of Tallahassee?
That one, what we just did, was the best memory I've ever had here. No, the
Let's
best.
get serious for a minute.
Okay, I was.
Okay. Do you find that being a sex symbol hurts your credibility as a serious actor?
I don't think I am a sex symbol, so...
All right, nobody cares about any of this. Let's watch it again. Let's watch what Burt Reynolds did to this young reporter, raping her right there in front. This is absolutely sexual assault, right?
Mr. Reynolds, what brought you to Tallahassee?
To see you, Mary Jo. I wanted you under this tent desperately.
She didn't give him permission. He touched her. He is now kissing her lip on lip. This is rape. No, it's not. This is the 70s. And let me give you a little bit of fucking honesty about what's going on here, okay? Because I know some of you might be like, oh, how did she ever recover from the time Burt Reynolds kissed her in 1978? She was probably, well, it was so unfair because the power dynamic, and he was the biggest movie star. Fuck you. Fuck you, people. This is not a problem. And by the way, I'm only showing you this because it was going around as Burt Reynolds sexually assaults a woman. I found this when I was doing the Howard Stern thing. Right? I mean, can't reasonable people agree that this woman was not traumatized by this sexual attack? Can we call a sexual attack from Burt Reynolds? Can we all agree, right? And can we also then take it a step further? Hold on, let's watch it one more. Hold on.
Mr. Reynolds, what brought you to Tallahassee?
To see you, Mary Jo. I wanted you under this tent desperately.
20 years ago.
And they're laughing. And you know what? That was the greatest thing. That was the greatest thing that ever happened in that woman's career up to that point. She dined out on that. She told all her friends, I kissed Burt Reynolds. Maybe it's because as a young woman in 1978, she didn't know that there was an option to be able to cash in personally in an attempt to take down somebody much bigger than her. Maybe that was it. Or was it that there was no unchecked, ungoverned apparatus like we have today in social media where she could just put this out and anybody else who's a fucking idiot just like her could then crowd this story and turn it into a big thing? Maybe that's why. Or maybe there is no crime in what we just saw at all. Maybe that's just two human beings in the moment feeling the energy. Burt Reynolds didn't think she was afraid. Do you think Burt Reynolds thought for 1 minute that he was taking something that wasn't being offered to him? He's fucking Burt Reynolds. She's a blonde chick. She probably thinks Burt Reynolds is super hot. She loved that. Well, Pugs, that shouldn't be the thing that determines whether or not it's... It is. It is the thing. And I've said this a million times. Burt Reynolds can do stuff like that his entire career. Do you know how many women, how many co-stars Burt Reynolds slept with? And nobody gives a fuck about that. You know why? Because he doesn't look like Harvey Weinstein. Harvey Weinstein is a monster. Harvey Weinstein raped. No, he didn't. I'm tired of this. You know, I'm not a defender of Harvey Weinstein because he's an asshole. But you know what Harvey Weinstein did? He ran a casting couch. He ran a casting couch in the way that producers have been running casting couches from the 1920s. Is it right? No, I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying it's what was done. It was the way it was. He wasn't hanging out in alleys and hitting women over the back of the head as they exited, their waitress shift at a bar. He wasn't raping women. He was a powerful man who was using his power in a really scuzzy way. Really scuzzy. But it doesn't just happen at that high level. It doesn't just happen at the I'm Harvey Weinstein and I can make you an international box office superstar if you sleep with me. It happened at every level. It happened with the chick at the bar who wanted to work New Year's Eve because the tips were great and she had to blow the fucking bar manager. That happens all the time too. And it just seems to me that it's a much bigger problem when it's somebody who looks like me or Harvey Weinstein, when it's somebody who looks like, say, I don't know, Burt Reynolds in 1978 or Leonardo DiCaprio today. How many women do you think have stories about Leonardo DiCaprio, one night stands, and now he just took me over and he just made a move and I didn't want to, but I did. Those stories don't exist. The great Saturday Night Live sketch from about 15 years ago depicted this in the most perfect way. It was, do you remember that sketch? Hold on. Here, let me show you. We'll find it. We'll watch that. Why not? We're not going anywhere. But this is, of course, Saturday Night Live did this, of course, before cancel culture, when you could make fun of stuff like this. Yeah. Here we go. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, here it is. Okay, very good. Sexual harassment and you from Saturday Night Live. Here, we'll show you this. We'll watch this. Okay. All right, here we go.
Come back here with Marge Darrow. General Electric Films presents Sexual Harassment and You, a handy guide to workplace etiquette. Back in the old days, a workplace was a man's domain. Today, life is not as simple. Businesses are filled with working women, with corresponding breasts and vaginas. As a man, you want to have sex with all of them. But approaching a woman at work should be done with extreme caution to avoid a sexual harassment lawsuit. Here's the wrong way to approach a female coworker.
Hey Lisa, you look pretty hot today. Maybe we should have lunch sometime.
Uh-oh, that didn't go over well. Hello, lawsuit. Now here's the right way.
Hey, Lisa. You look pretty hot today. Maybe we should go to lunch sometime.
Oh, well, great.
How about tomorrow?
Okay.
Great. See you then.
Well done. Okay, let's review. Frank was awkward and a little too pushy. Greg was handsome. Let's see if Frank can do better with another coworker.
Hi.
The eye contact makes her uncomfortable, and authorities are contacted. Here's what he should have done.
Hey, Greg. Want to have lunch sometime?
Sure. How about tomorrow?
Okay. Here's my home number.
Great.
See? It can be done. You can have sex with women at work without losing your job by following a few simple rules.
You go.
Be handsome. Be attractive. And don't be unattractive.
There you go. Perfect. That's perfect. That is exactly why Burt Reynolds is allowed to do what he did and why Leonardo DiCaprio or Brad Pitt or George Clooney could probably get away with that today. They wouldn't because times have changed, but I wanted to show you that Burt Reynolds thing. Let's see here. Yeah, I know, Byron. Like Byron says, I'm going to get struck because SNL doesn't play around. No, they don't. But we don't worry about that because you can support the show anytime. It doesn't matter. This show is about those of us who are live streaming, watching it live as it happens. Okay. All right. I'm not going to engage with Adam. I'm already in a good place with Adam. He complimented the new studio. So I don't want to get into the minutia of what actually is rape and what we should, be really concerned about and what is people being scuzzy and using their position for something. There is a difference. There is a difference between the woman who goes to bed, climbs in, puts on the TV, goes to sleep, and wakes up with some guy in a ski mask on top of her who broke in her window, and what Harvey Weinstein did. Yes, I understand that technically, he held her down. Okay, but it's not the same thing. She went there hoping to get something. We need to categorize things. We need to put things in boxes so we understand which boxes are more important than other boxes. The hillside strangler who broke into women's houses and raped them and killed some of them, strangled some of them, but mostly just raped women. That guy is different than Harvey Weinstein. Both are scumbags, but one guy is a way bigger problem in civilized society than Harvey Weinstein. One guy is way more important than the other. Yeah, that's what I meant to say. All right, let's see. What else do we have here? We'll get into the football stuff. We'll get into our picks and all that. But first, where is this? Let's get caught up on the death trilogies. Let's do that. Let's talk about some of the people who have passed away over the past 6 weeks since we haven't been on. We like to do eulogies for celebrities as they pass. Of course, I like to keep track of the yearly death trilogy. So let me pull up this year's count that I have updated. Once again, it all began on January 1st. The first celebrity death trilogy of 2025 was January 1st. We lost Wayne Osmond. He's one of the Osmond brothers. The Osmonds were big, so he gets in. Although I understand, it's kind of not really a gangbusters way to start out 2025 with Wayne Osmond, but a celebrity nonetheless. So he kicks it off. Wayne Osmond died on January 1st. He was followed by Peter Yarrow. Peter Yarrow on January 7th was the second in 2025's first death trilogy. Peter Yarrow is, of course, from Peter, Paul, and Mary. Yeah, Puff the Magic Dragon, and I'm leaving on a jet plane. Yeah, all that stuff. Okay, so they were big. Peter Yarrow of Peter, Paul, and Mary joins Wayne Osmond in the first Death trilogy of 2025. That was followed up. It was concluded. The last person in the Death trilogy is Bill McCartney. Remember Bill McCartney? Bill McCartney is the founder of Promise Keepers. That big, giant conservative organization of men. It was a men's organization. Bill McCartney started it. But before that, Bill McCartney, before he started Promise Keepers, I mean, you don't just get to start Promise Keepers. You have to be something first. Otherwise, nobody's going to follow you. Bill McCartney was a very high-profile college football coach in the 1990s. He was at the University of Colorado. He was challenging for national championships every year. He had a scandal. His quarterback, Salinesi, who died. His quarterback died of cancer while he was but his quarterback was also having sex with his daughter. That is a very strange situation. Eric Bieniemy, the great Eric the Enemy Bieniemy, he was running for Heisman votes back then. It was a very cool era for Colorado Buffalo football. Unlike now with Dion, who seems to have tanked the entire program, but whatever. Once you no longer have your kid there, now suddenly Dion can't coach. But Bill McCartney was the third, and that's how we started the Death trilogies in 2025. Wayne Osmond, Peter Yarrow, and Bill McCartney. That was followed up by David Lynch, Joan Plowright, and Bob Uecker. So yeah, that was a good one. The second one of the year was a good one. All right, we left off the last death that we had accounted for in 2025 before I took my 6-week sabbatical was Diane Keaton. So let's go. Let's see who was I don't remember. Was Diane Keaton the first in a trilogy? The last in a trilogy? Let's see. All right, Diane Keaton. She died on October 11th. She was a part of the 22nd Death trilogy of 2025. Diane Keaton was the second person in this trilogy. The first person in the trilogy passed on October the 9th, and that was John Lodge. John Lodge. Who's John Lodge? Moody Blues. Moody Blues. Great. Moody Blues, I'm going to put it to you this way. If you don't know who the Moody Blues are, they're Radiohead of 1970. Okay, if you were into like the critically acclaimed, really cool shit that's people are grooving to, not in the clubs, maybe not on the radio. Although Nights in White Satin was a big hit. Nights in White Satin. Moody Blues were the Radiohead of their time, and John Lodge of Moody Blues, he was the first person in the Diane Keaton Death trilogy. So John Lodge on October 9th, Diane Keaton on October 11th. And then here we go. We got to close this Death trilogy out 5 days after Diane Keaton on October 14th. We got Ace Frehley, although it says reported on October 16th. The official date of death is October 14th. Whatever. That closes out the Diane Keaton Death trilogy, which was the last one that we were working on. John Lodge of the Moody Blues, Diane Keaton, actress, and Ace Frehley, of course, Hall of Fame guitarist from Kiss. I saw Kiss like 25 years ago. Maybe it wasn't that. Maybe it was longer. I don't know. I have no gauge of time anymore. But Ace Frehley was there. And I remember after the show, somebody said, how was Kiss? And I said, I think Ace Frehley died in the middle of the show. Ace Frehley left. He just walked off and left and was gone forever. And the guitar parts were still playing. So I got to imagine that there's somebody behind this, behind the curtain or wherever playing Ace Frehley's guitar parts because he just wandered off. But there you have it. Guy from the Moody Blues, Ace Frehley, and Diane Keaton. I think that this is going to be an interesting threesome because, again, here's how it goes. The celebrities all get put in the celebrity wing of heaven. So when 3 celebrities die within 10 days, they all move into a condo together and they have to spend the rest of their lives living together. So Diane Keaton is living with the dude from the Moody Blues and Ace Frehley for the rest of, for eternity. which is probably not bad. I mean, seriously, think about it. Because Ace Frehley and John Lodge and the Moody Blues, they're going to be like on the couches all the time with their guitars. Yeah, dude, play that again. Dude, play that again. They're going to be doing that. And then Diane Keaton is going to be like the mom, the housewife. She's like, you guys want some more tea? Here, I made you some sandwiches. I think that's perfect. I think John Lodge and Ace Frehley for eternity could definitely benefit from having Diane Keaton around. Diane Keaton, of course, the mother and mother of the bride, and Annie Hall and Kay from The Godfather. Diane Keaton. All right. That was the 22nd Death Trilogy of the year. Then we had the 23rd. We had June Lockhart on October 23rd. June Lockhart, of course, the mom from Lost in Space. I always, even as a kid, like I loved Lost in Space. Lost in Space is like very important to my history. It was like the first, I didn't watch Star Trek or any of that, but I loved Lost in Space. And even from like a young age, when I should have been attracted to Penny, who was, Penny was the young girl. She was like kind of my age, although not my age. I was like 5. Penny was like 15. So whatever. But she was like the kid who I should have been attracted to. No, I was attracted to Penny's older sister. You guys remember, what was her name? Remember Penny's older sister? She was with Don. Remember Don from Lost in Space? There was like hot older sister who was hooking up with Don in space. And then there was Mom, June Lockhart. Mom was hot too. June Lockhart was also on Lassie. So there you go. June Lockhart started out the 23rd Death Trilogy. She died. She was 100 years old. She died on the 23rd. She was followed very sadly by NFL legend Nick Mangold of the New York Jets. Young, kidney disease, terrible thing. The New York Jets were not able to use the passing of Nick Mangold to sort of fuel them in the way that the Cowboys were with Marshawn Nealon. But nonetheless, Jets legend Nick Mangold, 41 years old, died of kidney failure on the 25th of October, and he joins the mom from Lost in Space in the Celebrity Death Trilogy. On November 2nd, we wrapped up this one with Bob Trumpy. Bob Trumpy is a former NFL player. Bob Trumpy was an NFL player, but also for those of us who watched NFL football in the 70s and 80s, he was a broadcaster, a play-by-play guy. Bob Trumpy was one of the big guys in the 80s. You had Summerall and Madden, then you had Trumpy, and was it Trumpy, Dick Enberg, Merlin Olsen, Bob Trumpy. All right, so there you have it. That's the 23rd Death Trilogy in October, the 23rd of October through November the 2nd. That is June Lockhart, the mom from Lost in Space, Nick Mangold, Jets legend, and Cincinnati Bengals legend and broadcaster Bob Trumpy. Another good setup because you got Nick Mangold and Bob Trumpy. They're going to be watching sports. They're going to be on the couch all the time in the apartment they have to live in. And you got the freaking mom from Lost in Space making sandwiches and stuff. That's very good. That's a very good one. 23rd. 24th Death Trilogy began on November the 3rd. It gave us Diane Ladd. Diane Ladd was an actress. She died at 89. She was married to Alan Ladd. I think she was Cheryl Ladd's stepmom. Anyway, she's a big actress. She won awards and stuff. Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore was a big movie hit for her. She was in Wild at Heart, Ramblin' Rose. She's a BAFTA winner and Oscar nominee. She died on November the 3rd, Diane Ladd at 89 years old. She was followed a couple hours later on November 3rd with Dick Cheney. Dick Cheney. So you got Diane Ladd, you got Dick Cheney, and then Dick Cheney, of course, Vice President of the United States. We all know who Dick Cheney is. I don't need to go into his deal. Then on November 6th, a big one to us, we had the passing of Marshawn Nealon. Marshawn Nealon, 24 years old, American football player, Dallas Cowboys, Western Michigan, right? That's where he went to college. Obviously, if I was streaming live on November the 6th, we probably would have done a lot on the passing of Marshawn Nealon, Dallas Cowboy football player, who just a week, right? I mean, it's a very sad story. He committed suicide, young man. Like a week earlier, he had scored a touchdown, right? Which is rare for a defensive player to, anyway, a very sad story. So anyway, Marshawn Nealon, Dick Cheney, and Diane Ladd have to live together. That's going to be that's a weird one. I see Marshawn Nealon being absolutely miserable. How is that going to break down? Because Dick Cheney's going to be an asshole. Like, it's just like, oh, fuck. I got to spend eternity living in a 3-bedroom apartment with Dick Cheney. Are you kidding me? But then I think Diane Ladd, she might be nice. Again, she might be like the nice older woman who's like, it's okay, Marshawn. Dick just doesn't understand the ways of the youth of today. Anyway, there you go. That's your 24th death trilogy. It's Diane Ladd, dead on November the 3rd. Dick Cheney on November the 3rd. And, of course, Marshawn Nealon, Dallas Cowboys, passing on November the 6th. The 25th death trilogy, that gave us on the 9th of November, Lenny Wilkens, Hall of Fame basketball player, coach. I remember him as coach of the Cavaliers. Lenny Wilkens died on November 9th. He was followed by Paul Tagliabue also on November the 9th. Wow. NBA coach, NBA coaching legend and playing legend, dies on the same day as Paul Tagliabue. 84 years old was Paul Tagliabue, who was the former commissioner of the NFL. And then one day later, Jenna Fine. That's right. We're including porno actresses. Jenna Fine. Did you watch porn in the 80s? Then you know who Jenna Fine is. Go ahead, youngsters, Google her. Jenna Fine, Lenny Wilkens, and Paul Tagliabue have to spend eternity in a 3-bedroom apartment together. So you got Lenny Wilkens, who's an old NBA player. Jenna Fine. They'll hook up. Jenna Fine. I don't know if Paul Tagliabue is going to hook up with Jenna Fine. I don't know. That's a weird one. That is two old sports guys living with a porn star, living with an old porn star. All right, whatever. That's your 25th death trilogy. The 26th began on November 11th. It was with Sally Kirkland. She's an actress from, I don't know. Sally Kirkland was in like everything, right? Sally Kirkland. Wasn't she in MASH? Was Sally Kirkland in MASH? Anyway, November 11th, Sally Kirkland died. She was followed on November 12th by 2020 and ABC News anchor and correspondent Jim Avila. On November the 12th, and then on November 14th, we spent a little time on this one. November 14th, we lost Todd Snyder, which was shocking to me. Jim Avila, however, Sally Kirkland, I got it. She's an actress. You know her name. She's an actress. She deserves it. She's a celebrity. Celebrity actress, died on November 11th. I don't have much to riff on Sally Kirkland about. Sally Kirkland, Jim Avila, ABC News, 2020, ABC News weekend anchor. Jim Avila makes it because for like 10 years, Jim Avila was a local Chicago ABC, Channel 7, WLS, local ABC. He was like a correspondent and an anchor here, and pretty high profile. He went from here to, I think, national or something. No, he went from Chicago to Los Angeles, where he covered the OJ trial, and then he went to ABC News. Then he got the big network gig at ABC News. But I used to deliver pizzas to Jim Avila. Jim Avila's family used to order pizzas from us all the time when I was in college, and I was their delivery guy. Jim Avila's family, good tippers. So, Jim Avila, God bless you. You're in a 3-bedroom apartment for the rest of eternity with Sally Kirkland and Todd Snyder. All right. Todd Snyder died. Todd Snyder was a musician. He was a singer-songwriter. Let me see if I'll give you an example of Todd Snyder. Todd Snyder is one of my favorite songwriters of all time. Hold on. Here we go. Give me an example of Todd Snyder. All right. Oh, all right. We'll do this one. I can't find, I'm looking for a specific song from Todd Snyder. Todd Snyder was a Austin-based singer-songwriter in the early 90s, mid-90s. Rocket Fuel, I think, was his biggest hit, at least in Chicago. He had a song called Rocket Fuel, which is really cool. Rocket Fuel. Anyway, I'll play it for you. What else did he have? All Right Guy. I think All Right Guy is the one that I'm going to play for you. Actually, no, I want to play he had a song about the grunge movement because he was a singer-songwriter who didn't fit grunge. And grunge was happening all around him. And he was trying to compete with this new thing of grunge. How do I find that? What was that song? What was that? Let's see. I Can't Complain. All Right Guy. Here, let's do a little bit of All Right Guy. This is Todd Snider. He died on November the 14th. He's one of my favorite all-time songwriters. Maybe you know him, maybe you don't, but you're doing yourself a disservice.
Just the other morning, I was hanging around in my house. I had that new book with pictures of Madonna naked. I was checking it out. Just then a friend of mine came through the door, said...
All right, here's what I wanted to play. That's All Right Guy. All right, this is Todd Snider, Seattle grunge song. Let's give this a listen. I think this was kind of I know that there was a video for it on MTV, and I know we played it at the Loop in Chicago, but I don't know if this was a hit, but just listen to this. This is Todd Snider's writing sensibility encapsulated perfectly.
Hey, my, rock and roll will never die. Hang your hair down in your eyes, make $1 million. Well, I was in this band going nowhere fast. We sent out our demo, but everybody passed. So one day we finally took the plunge. We went out to Seattle. We started playing grunge. Washington State, that is. Space Needle, Eddie Vedder, Ichiro Suzuki. Now to fit in fast, we got flannel shirts and we turn our amps up until it hurts. We got bad attitudes, and what's more, when we play, we stare straight down at the floor. Ooh. Ain't seen nothing like that on television in like an hour. Now to fit in on the Seattle scene, you had to show people something that they'd never seen. So thinking up a gimmick one day, we decided to be the only band that wouldn't play a note under any circumstance. We called it Silence, music's original alternative for roots grunge. Well, we spread the word through the underground that we were the hottest new young band in town. Record guy come out to see us one day, and just like always, we refused to play and knocked him out. He said he loved our work. But he wasn't sure he could sell a record that didn't have any music on it. I said, man, you've been doing that all year. Hey, my, rock and roll will never die. Hang your hair down in your eyes, make $1 million. Well, they made us do a video, but that wasn't tough. We just filmed ourselves smashing stuff. It was kind of weird because there was no music, but MTV said that they would love to use it. The kids went wild, the kids went nuts. Rolling Stone gave us 5 stars, said we played with guts. We were meeting chicks, taking drugs. They asked us to do MTV Unplugged. You should have seen it. We went right out there and refused to do acoustical versions of the electrical songs we refused to record in the first place. Then we smashed our shit. Well, we blew them away at the Grammy show by refusing to play and refusing to go. Then just when it looked like fame would last forever, along came this band that wasn't even together. Now that's alternative. That's the alternative to alternative. They're called Guns N' Roses. Sing if you know, all right? Say, hey, hey. our band got fired, and that's not funny because now we're hooked on grass, but we're out of money. So the other day, I called up the band. I said, boys, I'm taking all I can. I say we shave off these goatees, pack up the van, move up to Boulder, follow the Yonder Mountain String Band.
There you go. That's the great Todd Snyder. I was very sad to learn that he passed away. I was 59 years old. I don't know how he died, but there you have it. Todd the Great Snyder. Seriously, man, Songs for the Daily Planet is an album that he released in 94, 95, somewhere like that. It is easily one of my 10 favorite albums of all time. Todd Snyder, Songs for the Daily Planet, if you want to check out something really cool. A great artist who refused to play by the rules of the industry and just went out and slayed in clubs. That's what he did. Todd Snyder died on November the 14th. He joined Sally Kirkland and Jim Avila as the 26th Death Trilogy of the year 2025. Let's see here. Not in the trilogy. I didn't include these two in the trilogy, but we got to talk about these two for a quick second because on November the 15th, the Kessler twins passed away. Now, the Kessler twins are not necessarily famous, but for me, they go back to a radio show I was on years and years ago where they became a reference, a running joke. The Kessler twins were two German singer chicks back in like the 1940s and 50s and 60s, and actually probably more like the 50s and 60s. And they were smoke shows. I mean, they were, if you want to go, just Google search the Kessler twins. They were just two chicks. They were identical twins. And they supposedly had a threesome with Elvis in Germany back when he was stationed there. Anyway, the stories of the Kessler twins, just fascinating. They were popular in Europe. They were unpopular here in America, like they did Ed Sullivan and all that. Your grandma and grandpa are probably dead. They probably remember the Kessler twins. Your grandpa surely does. Because again, they were both like 6 foot tall, blonde German smoke shows who were identical, and they could sing and they could dance and they were actually talented. But all right, so the Kessler twins died on the same day. This is why we're mentioning them. They died on the same day. The Kessler twins, Alice and Ellen Kessler, both 89 years old. They lived together their entire lives. They never got married. They lived together. They spent their entire lives together. They had boyfriends. Like they dated, like both of them dated like crap tons of very famous men. You know, like famous Italian film directors, shit like that. Beatles, like one of them was dating a Beatle. I don't remember which one, but anyway, they lived together. They never married. They never had children, and they lived together their entire lives. And on November the 15th, they committed suicide together. Now, I didn't include them in but isn't that weird? Isn't that a wild? Actually, let me show you who the Kessler twins were. I shouldn't tell you to go Google it. I mean, this is a full service show. Let's see. Here we go. Let me pull up some pictures of the Kessler twins. Oh my God. Even in like old age, they were pretty hot. Kessler twins. Here we go. All right. Let's see what this is. Look at these two. All right. Here they are. How do I make this bigger? Is that right? There we go. All right. There you go. There are the Kessler twins. There's some better pictures. Right there, they look. I'm sorry, but I think like the 1950s made even hot people unattractive. They were making bad choices with hair and makeup. Oh, there they are now in the 60s. Now they're like the free love hot Kessler twins. Okay, now that's probably 70s. They're a little bit older. There you go. There you go. None of these are like really smoking hot pictures. I remember seeing like really hot pictures of them. Look at two fine looking old women. Anyway, there they are. They committed suicide together on the 15th. not a part of our death trilogy, not a part of the official accounting of this year's celebrity deaths, but a very weird one. Very weird one. Also, another one that doesn't make the death trilogy, but I did want to mention on November the 24th, somebody who I liked a great deal. I'd only met a couple of times. A Chicago radio legend by the name of Jobo. Eddie and Jobo were a morning radio team here in Chicago when I was a kid. I wasn't a big listener of Eddie and Jobo. I was into like The Loop and like, Brandmeier and Dollenmeyer, a little bit more edge, a little bit more. But Eddie and Jobo were certainly very important to my generation. And, in my younger days, I would make fun of them. Like, oh, what are you, an Eddie and Jobo listener? But then throughout my course of working in Chicago radio, I got to meet both of those guys. And man, I will tell you, Jobo of Eddie and Jobo was a really, really nice man. Joe Colburn was his name, 70 years old, American radio personality. Eddie and Jobo passed away on November 24th. Jobo passed away on November the 24th. So, it was interesting for me because his partner, Eddie Volkman, it was Eddie Volkman and Joe Bohannon, right? But Bohannon wasn't his real last name. His real last name was Colburn. So Jobo was actually just Joe Coburn. He's actually Joko. Joko is what they should have called him, but he went with his partner, Eddie. Just wrote some really beautiful stuff, like just really great stuff over the past couple of weeks about his partner and about his partner died. And, for obvious reasons, I mean, I hung on his every word. And I feel like I've not related to somebody's grief ever in the way that I kind of relate to the way Eddie Volkman feels talking about the sudden passing of his longtime partner, Jobo. I mean, I went through it with Kelly. It's like a processing. It's like you sit down and you start to write and you're like, every word that I type here needs to be perfect. I don't know, anyway, Jobo. There you go. The Kessler twins and Jobo do not make the official rankings, but I thought they were worthy of note, at least, in my personal life. I wanted to mention both of them. All right, let's get back into it. So now we're running up to the end of it. The 27th Death Trilogy. This is the one that we are in right now. Oh, actually, you know what? We've completed the 27th. We're ready to start a new Death Trilogy. All right, this one goes from November the 24th through November the 29th. November the 24th, Jimmy Cliff. 81-year-old Jamaican Hall of Fame reggae singer. I Shot the Sheriff, all that stuff. The Harder They Come. Jimmy Cliff. He's the Pepsi to Bob Marley's Coke. In the world of reggae, everything has a Coke and a Pepsi. Everything has that. In the world of reggae, the Coke is Bob Marley. And at the very same time, there was another guy named Jimmy Cliff. Jimmy Cliff passed away on the 24th of November. He is the first person in the most recent Death Trilogy that we are working on. On November the 27th, we lost Fuzzy Zeller, American golfer. He was a Masters champion, I think in 80, 79, something like that. He won the U.S. Open. Fuzzy Zeller is one of the great golfers of the past 30 years. Fuzzy Zeller passed away 30 years. Did I say the past 30 years? Fuzzy Zeller is one of the great golfers of the past 60 years. That's probably the proper way to say it. He died at 74. Remember, he got pinned as a racist because he made a joke about Tiger Woods like 20 years ago. And it wasn't really, he's not a racist. It's not a racist. It's a funny joke. He's an old man. It's a black kid. So he's making the kind of joke that an old man might make about a black kid. Doesn't mean that he thinks that his race makes him superior by genetics. It just means that he's an old man. And here's the joke that he made that got Fuzzy Zeller in all kinds of trouble. So it was posed to him, Fuzzy Zeller, how does he feel about Tiger Woods winning the Masters? Right? I think that's what it was. I think it was a Masters thing. And Fuzzy Zeller's response was, I'm all for it. I think it's great. and I look forward to having fried chicken at the banquet. It's not terrible. That's not terrible. That's like something your grandpa would say. That's not racism. You're not getting this job because I think that your skin tone makes you inferior to me. That's not racism. It's just a guy pointing out shit. Hey, you know that joke about how black people like fried chicken? Yeah, I'm going to make that right. It's not racist. It doesn't make you an evil person. It makes you somebody who makes off-color jokes that have to do with culture and ethnicity and stuff like that. It doesn't make you a racist. Doesn't make you somebody who wants to build gas chambers for people who don't look like you. It's not the same thing. Again, we got to compartmentalize these things. We combine everything into its worst possible iteration. So Fuzzy Zeller was just an old man who made a joke. By the way, I've never really understood that. I've never really understood the fried chicken and watermelon thing. You know what I mean? Like, oh, don't mention watermelon. Black people love watermelon. To which my response has always been, who the fuck doesn't love watermelon? Why is that a black person thing? Do you have any idea? I will buy a watermelon, I will cut it into pieces, and I will eat an entire fucking watermelon in like 3 days. I'm as white as they come. I don't understand how that became like a black thing. And fried chicken, same. Who the hell, what American doesn't love fried chicken? So anyway, there you have. Yeah, Amy Rock has a question about the Kessler twins. Amy says they committed suicide. Yeah, at 89 years old, these two old women who had lived their entire lives together decided that it was time for both of them to go. One of them, I don't know which one, but one of the Kessler twins had suffered a stroke, and it apparently was pretty bad. And they had talked it out, and they both decided that the one with the stroke apparently was going to go. The one with the stroke was like, I can't live like this. This is not a way that I want to go on. And so I'm going to end it. And the other sister was like, all right, I'll go with you. Twins, man. Twins. Some twin stuff going on there. By the way, it wasn't like, they both sat in a car in a garage. No, they did it in the fancy European way. Over in Europe, they've got that assisted suicide thing. Like you can get a doctor and all of that. But I'm all for that, by the way. Here's another example of Europe being a little bit ahead of us. You want to talk about freedom? We're supposed to be land of the free. When I want to fucking check off this planet on my own terms because I don't want to wither away and die in a bed with people crying. When I want to take my own liberty, my own life, the ultimate display of my own freedom, I want to end it. You're telling me I can't? Screw you. Kessler twins, they're over there in Europe. In Europe, they're like, yeah, you don't want to be here anymore. You shouldn't really have to. We shouldn't force you to be here if you don't want to be here. It shouldn't be anything. So that's what they did, Amy. No, Amy's like very sad. I don't think that's very sad. That's not sad. Two 89-year-old twins who have lived their entire lives together, got together as rational, reasonable people who have lived a life, looked at what the next 5 to 10 years of their existence could be, and made a rational human decision to say, you know what? I am really interested in what comes next. I have done all that I've done. I had sex with Elvis Presley. You had sex with George Harrison. It's not sad. It's not sad. Look, you know what? It would be sad. It'd be sad if it was like two 22-year-olds who thought it couldn't get any better, right? That we can all agree. Sad. Two 89-year-old women who've been sisters their whole life who are like, maybe it's time to go. I'm going to go and say it. I think there's something beautiful about it. I think there's something absolutely beautiful about those two women going out on their own terms after living a shared life together. One of them was debilitated, and the other one was like, yeah, I don't really see me thriving without my twin. So let's go. Let's take the ride. I don't know if they used one of those pods. Like in Europe, they got the suicide pods, which are pretty cool. You climb in. It's got like a sound system. Real comfortable. And then I don't know what happens. I think you hit a button and a bunch of knives. I don't know. It's like what do they call that? The Iron Maiden, the old medieval thing where you'd get in and they'd close it. It was all spikes. You know what I mean? Like it was all spikes. It's all like spiky. So when they closed it, the spikes went through you. I don't think it's like that. I think it's probably drugs or some kind of gas or something. Amy says, no, just having a stroke is sad. It is. Health is sad. Health is crazy. My health is stabilized. Let me put it that way. I don't want to go into all this shit. My health is stabilized, but I'll tell you, man, getting older ain't fun. Like, I'll give you an example. The other night, I'm watching TV and I'm like, I got a pain in my neck, like in the back of my neck. I probably just slept on it wrong, right? I probably just slept funny. I got a pain in my neck. I'm sitting here watching TV and I go, oh man, I've never felt that pain in that place before. You know, that's the thing. We all have pains that we're familiar with. Like, oh, I got up and I did that thing to my leg again. I always do it. God, that hurt. But when we have a pain in a place that we've never had a pain before, and it's like a new thing, that kind of gets the antenna up, right? You're like, oh shit, what is that? So I had this weird pain a couple of nights ago in the back of my neck. And my very first thought was, oh, that's a gigantic tumor on my spinal cord that is probably now going to kill me in the next 6 months, right? That was my immediate thought. 2 days later, it's fine. It's fine now. It went away. It was just a stiff neck. But as you get older, you start to recognize, oh, that's a new pain. I never felt that before. That's probably cancer. Or, you know what I mean? We just go to these. That's where I'm at. I don't know where you guys are at, but yeah, Amy. Amy, you and me, man, we're at the exact same place on this. Amy says her anxiety tells her that everything is cancer. Everything is cancer. I've had cancer like 15 times in the past 3 years. I mean, I haven't really. I've just been. I also was constipated a couple of weeks ago. I'm not I have good normal movements. I'm pretty healthy. My feces, they look good, you know? They're hot. If you were going to categorize feces as that's problematic, you should see a doctor. And your shits are perfect. Mine are hot. Mine are perfect, right? Always have been. No problems there. Suddenly, a couple of weeks ago, I get a little bout of, I moved back here. I get a little bout of constipation. I'm like, I'm pushing. And of course, my mind starts going, I don't mean to be this graphic, but I am trying to tell a story that hopefully we can all relate to. So I'm pushing and I start thinking, oh, I can't, not with my heart. I can't push like this. This is going to be Elvis. I'm going to end up having to grab her because I'm trying to. Anyway, it wasn't just constipation. I mean, technically it turned out to just be constipation. But in the moment it was, oh God, rectal cancer. I can't produce craps. I'll never have a poop again. This is never going to fix itself. Well, it fixed itself. Because as you get older, those thoughts have to run through your mind. Everything is a big problem. Everything. Barney says, so in the North, what is actually just poor people food in the South is considered soul food, but us poor Southern whites grew up eating the same thing. It's not really ethnic, it's economic. Well, I think now in America, Barney, poor people food is poor people food all over. Like, yeah, I understand the origins of soul food and, you know, Southern collard greens and all that kind of stuff. Big American cities have really big soul food scenes themselves. Like Chicago, south side of Chicago, it's Soul Man Barbecue, you know, all these places. Anyway, what is actually poor people food? What would be? I don't know. Pizza. I've been eating so much pizza. There's so much pizza here. By the way, you know, it just needs to be mentioned. You guys are paying too much for really bad pizza in Texas. I come back here and I'm like, wait, what? Why is that pizza so cheap? Why is it? It's because of the competition, probably, because, you know, every couple of steps there's another pizza place. So pizza is probably poor people food here because you can get a lot of pizza for like a lot of good pizza. Like not Jimmy John's, Domino's, or any of this bullshit. We're talking about, you know, Mom and Pop Luigi from down the block, their little pizza place. Or you can go across the street and you can go to their cousin's pizza place. Or you can go, you know what I mean? So pizza place is lousy. It's like getting a good taco in Dallas. You can stand in the street, any intersection in Dallas, spin around 3 times, and you will get a taco that will blow the fucking doors off any taco you could get anywhere else in the country. That's how it is with pizza in Chicago. You can just, all this pizza is going to be the best fucking Little Caesars pizza you ever had is going to get absolutely tanked by the worst fucking pizza this place has. The worst, cheapest pizza is going to be so much better than that super expensive double deluxe supreme Little Caesars. So that's the trade-off. I can't get really good meat barbecue up here. I've been, I became so spoiled with brisket in Texas, like just going to the store and just getting like really good brisket, or just being able to stop by, Sonny Bryan's on the way home, like getting a pound of brisket because I want brisket. I can't get that here. There's no such thing as that here. Everything here is pork. All the barbecue here is pork. You got some pork ribs? Okay. Want some pulled pork? Okay. Can I get some brisket? No, we don't do that. Really? All right. Talking about poor people food. Okay. You're kidding. She's kidding. She says she's kidding. I'm going through the chat. I'm just trying to see if I want to be more with this new version of this show. I want to try and be more present in the chat room. Excuse me, that was a burp. Did you hear that? How long has this been on for? 3 hours. All right, we're still going. Sports Bras says the MVP trilogy this year thus far is Connie Francis, Ozzy, and Hulk Hogan. Yeah, you know what? That is really a good one. The best trilogy I ever had. Like, I remember back I was on when I was a kid, we were putting these trilogies together for Kevin Matthews on The Loop back in the day. And I don't know who it was, but there was a Death trilogy in the mid 90s that was like, whoa. Like, it was like Jackie Onassis, fucking Willie Mays. I don't know what it was. It was like, but it was like a really big one. I think like Reagan was involved. Did Reagan and Jackie Onassis? I don't know, whatever. I think Reagan was involved. I think whatever Death trilogy Ronald Reagan was in, that was like the biggest one of all time. I'm like, man, that's big. Was it Mickey Mantle? Was it like Mickey Mantle, Ronald Reagan, and it might have been something like that. Anyway, you bring up a good point. Let me see if we can find out what the biggest Death trilogy of the year is so far, because we got 22 of them. I've got them all written down here. The first one, definitely not. Bob Uecker, the second one of the year, Bob Uecker, David Lynch, and Joan Plowright. That's a pretty big one. No, let's see here. No. Hold on. Roberta Flack, Michelle Trachtenberg, and Gene Hackman. Roberta Flack and Gene Hackman are like really great ways to start a serious Death trilogy. But Michelle Trachtenberg, she kind of, makes it lesser. Let's see here. So we do have a version of a trilogy that could be huge, but it didn't quite line up because of the way I did this. Hold on, let me see if I can find it for you. When did Gene Hackman die? It was one where Gene Hackman could have gone. Oh, that's a big one. Yes, that's what it was. Gene Hackman was, according to my accounting, Gene Hackman was in a Death trilogy with Michelle Trachtenberg and Roberta Flack. But he could have been in a Death trilogy with Val Kilmer and George Foreman. That would have been big, right? Gene Hackman, Val Kilmer, and George Foreman. That would have been a really big one, but that didn't happen. It was off by, I think, 2 days. All right, let's keep going. Let's see. What other big ones do we have from the year? The Ozzy Osbourne one is a very big one. let's see here. Porn stars. I think it's porn stars that died. Here's a good one. All right, so this isn't a good one. I thought it was a good one, but it's not necessarily a good one. Wink Martindale, Pope Francis, and Ruth Buzzy. A dead pope is going to really up the celeb of your trilogy that you're in. But, I don't know if Pope Francis deserves to be in there with Wink Martindale, a game show host, and the great Ruth Buzzy. Ruth Buzzy is great. Don't get me wrong, but let's see here. We had, nope, that's not a good one. Number 9, Loretta Swit. No. Hold on. 10. Okay, the 10th one, again, could have been a really big one. It had Sly Stone and Brian Wilson in it. Sly Stone and Brian Wilson. Sly Stone died on the 9th of June. Brian Wilson died on the 11th. They're joined by veteran character actor Harris Yulin. It's not great, but a really good start. Sly Stone and Brian Wilson, 2 absolute musical geniuses. No, they didn't make it. That's not a good one. How about the 12th? Nah, the 12th started out with Jimmy Swaggart on July 1st, and then July 3rd, Michael Madsen. And then on July 4th, Julian McMahon, who wasn't famous, but I love Julian McMahon. He was great. He's an actor. Michael Madsen, by the way, died on July 3rd. I recently, over the last couple of weeks, I saw a documentary about the life of Michael Madsen. I don't know what it's called, but it's really good. It's really good. Michael Madsen was a badass actor. We all think of him from, Reservoir Dogs, the Stuck in the Middle with You, where he's torturing the cop and he's cutting him. But he did so much more than that. Michael Madsen was great, although not the biggest death trilogy of the year. Here we go. Yeah. Okay. So we do not have an actual death trilogy, according to my accounting, that fits Connie Francis, Ozzy Osbourne, and Hulk Hogan. According to my official death, they are not in the same death trilogy. So let's figure out where they are, okay? Ozzy Osbourne. Connie Francis died on July 16th, okay? On July 22nd, Ozzy Osbourne died. That's 16, 4, 5, 6. That's 6 days. That's inside the 10 days. So Connie Francis and Ozzy Osbourne could be in the same death trilogy, but they're not. They're not, because Connie Francis is in a death trilogy with David Gergen, who is a famous journalist and White House chief of staff and ABC or CNN guy. David Gergen, David Caff, who of course is in Spinal Tap, and he's a British comedian. He played Viv Savage, a member of Spinal Tap. Then you got Connie Francis. So Connie Francis is in with David Gergen, David Caff, and then Connie Francis. Connie Francis died on the 16th. July 20th, my birthday, starts a new trilogy. July 20th, Malcolm Jamal Warner, followed on July 22nd by Ozzy Osbourne, followed also on July 22nd by Chuck Mangione. So the trilogy that Ozzy is in is with Malcolm Jamal Warner and Chuck Mangione. Now, if you remember, I believe originally that death trilogy was Malcolm Jamal Warner, Ozzy Osbourne, and Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan died on the 24th. So we had Malcolm Jamal Warner dead on the 20th, Ozzy Osbourne dead on the 22nd, and then Hulk Hogan died on the 24th. That would have been the death trilogy of the year. Ozzy Osbourne, Hulk Hogan, and Malcolm Jamal Warner. Do you want to kick a member of Generation X right in the nuts? That is the death trilogy that kicks Gen X in the nuts. Malcolm Jamal Warner, Ozzy Osbourne, and Hulk Hogan. But it didn't happen. We had to go back and do some maintenance on that death trilogy, because after after I made the death trilogy of Malcolm Jamal Warner, Ozzy Osbourne, and Hulk Hogan, it was revealed days later that Chuck Mangione died on the same day as Ozzy Osbourne. It was just never reported because fucking Ozzy had died. So we had to retroactively go back and fix that. And so now the 14th death trilogy of 2025 is Malcolm Jamal Warner on July 20th, Ozzy Osbourne on July 22nd, and Chuck Mangione also on July 22nd. That brings us to the Hulk Hogan one, because Hulk Hogan died on July 24th. Hulk Hogan might still be in the death trilogy of the year. Hulk Hogan on July 24th was joined by Ryan Sandberg on July 28th, joined by Lonnie Anderson on August 2nd. That's pretty good. Hulk Hogan, Ryan Sandberg, and Lonnie Anderson. I think that's it. I think that's the one. That's got to be the big one, right? That's got Hulk Hogan, Lonnie Anderson, and Ryan Sandberg. I mean, granted, it's not great. I mean, Malcolm Jamal Warner, Ozzy, and Hulk would have been crazy good, but fortunately, shit didn't work out that way. Here's a big one. Although this could be a big one, except for the guy in the middle. The guy in the middle is like, On September the 10th, Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk died on September the 10th. That's a big one. I feel a little more comfortable now talking about Charlie Kirk since, the dust is kind of settled. There was like about a couple of weeks after the passing of Charlie Kirk where if you didn't discuss him like he was a pope, or if you didn't discuss him like he was an American saint, you were like going to jail. What? How dare you say anything bad about Chuck? Fucking guy. Are you serious? Charlie Kirk? I don't want to go off on my who Charlie Kirk really was rant, but fuck that guy, okay? That guy got so much fucking bullshit and everybody kept their mouth shut. Everybody's like, all right, the worst fucking people in the country are all pretending like they're sad fucking right now. And we just got to keep our mouths shut because you know what? It's a dick move. When somebody dies and other people are sad, it is an asshole move to be like, yeah, that guy was a dick. It's why I kept my mouth shut when Russ Martin died. When Russ Martin died, everybody was like, you got any comment? I'm like, no. I got nothing to say, but now we're enough months out of here. Charlie Kirk was not beloved. He was beloved by a very loud group segment of America. But I'll tell you, I don't know anybody who likes Charlie Kirk. Everybody that I know is like, yeah, that guy was kind of an asshole, right? I'm like, yeah, he was. Can we say that now? I know it's November. I know that the way he died was fucking terrible. Hi. Everybody know how my dad died? So I have actually been a victim of gun violence. It has affected me. So when I say that Charlie Kirk was an asshole, it doesn't somehow suggest that, I'm okay with the way. No, of course not. I'm not okay. That's terrible. That is awful. He had a wife. He had a kid. On a purely human level, that is a monstrous way to go. But the way we have treated his legacy, especially in the hours and days after his passing, was absolute bullshit. And thankfully, enough people like myself and other people who are like, that guy was a dork. We kept our mouths shut. We kept our mouths shut because of the tragedy of the situation, and it was a tragedy, but it doesn't whitewash you. It doesn't suddenly make you in death a fucking saint. I'm like, really? Really? That's where we're going with this? Again, tragedy, but now we're enough months away where I can freely say Charlie Kirk was a fucking asshole, and, life goes on. Assholes die every fucking day. Every fucking day, bad people die. And just because someone dies doesn't mean that we all got to suddenly be like, it's such a tragedy. No, we all die. It's coming for all of us. I could drop dead in the next 10 minutes. So let's just stop, okay? Charlie Kirk was a troublemaker. He died in a terrible way, and nobody should die that way. And the person who did it, I don't even know who did it. Did we find out who did it? The guy who did it, is he dead? I don't even know. It's like we totally moved away from that story. We decided what history was going to remember, and we just stopped. Anyway, there you go. Charlie Kirk, however, huge national story. big, gigantic thing in the moment. 20 years from now, nobody's going to know who Charlie Kirk was. Yeah, I'm sorry. I know you people think that he's going to be carved into Mount fucking Rushmore. 20 years from now, nobody's going to know who Charlie Kirk is. Do you know who Marshall McLuhan is? No, of course you fucking don't, but he was like super famous and super influential and a thought leader 50, 60 years ago. You don't know who the fuck he is now. Actually, Marshall McLuhan, I think, was a media. He was a media pundit, I believe. He talked about media's influence, but he was a very influential guy that people don't know. So I don't think Charlie Kirk is going to be, we're not going to put him on the fucking $1 bill. Okay. Charlie Kirk is going to be forgotten. He was a rabble rouser in a period of time that I think most of us Americans 20 years from now are going to be happy to forget all of this fucking bullshit, all of this divisive nonsense. So Charlie Kirk died on September 10th. Tragedy, very sad. Doesn't change the fact that was a tragedy. It was very sad. Charlie Kirk died on September the 10th. He was followed by Ricky Hatton, British boxer, on September the 14th. Ricky Hatton is the one that drops this trilogy down, right? Because the third guy in this trilogy is Robert Redford. That's huge. I mean, Charlie Kirk, Robert Redford, and then another guy who was maybe even a little bit more famous than Ricky Hatton. That would have made this the biggest death trilogy of the year. But unfortunately, I don't think you can do that. I don't think you can do that with Ricky Hatton being in there. What else do we have here? Did you guys enjoy my Charlie Kirk rant? Probably not. But I'm so like, has anybody? He was like a mean kid. Charlie Kirk to me is just a mean kid. He was like, he would find people who are weirdos and he makes fun of weirdos. And then everybody who likes being mean to weirdos was like, that guy who makes fun of weirdos is really, that's what his bag was. Smart, really smart guy. Really smart guy, really articulate, well-spoken, looked good, handsome. Was probably on his way to President Charlie Kirk. Seriously, a guy that young that creates that kind of thing, who knows where he would be at 45 or whatever. But I don't know. All right. What else do we got here? Amy says she is interested in the Michael Madsen documentary. Let me see if I can find that. Hold on. Yeah, I can definitely. Here it is. Yeah. All right, here it is. Here, I'll show it to you. It's called American Badass. And it is the Michael Madsen documentary. Here it is. I'll show it to you.
Somewhere
in case you want to see it.
This motion picture theater is Michael Madsen.
There's a great childlike quality, like playing cowboys and Indians or playing King of the Hill.
We're gonna do this or I'll kill you. I might as well.
Michael sort of thrives on the uncertainty of not knowing what's right around the corner.
Michael looked like an actor should on.
Sorry, there we go. I just wanted to point out here, that's his sister, Virginia Madsen, the actress. There was a period of time where I was so in love with Virginia Madsen. I went to Columbia here in Chicago, and I had a bunch of like acting and drama classes and all that kind of stuff, And during one of our classes, Virginia Madsen, who this was like 1988, 89. She was a young actress who had moved out to Hollywood. She had done a few movies. She wasn't like big and famous. We knew who she was. Like she was like, oh, Virginia, I know who that is. That's Virginia. So she came and she like talked to our class. Like she talked because she was in the class. She was like, I remember when I was in this class. It was one of those deals. If you've been to college, you've probably seen this. I just remember sitting there looking at this woman walk in and thinking to myself, that is the most beautiful woman I have ever seen in real life. Like Virginia Madsen was a thing in 1989 or whenever this was. Anyway, I became a big fan of her. Anyway, Virginia Madsen's all over this documentary about her brother, Michael Madsen. And can I just point out, Virginia Madsen, who is probably 60 years old, is still gorgeous. Just still beautiful.
Around the corner.
Michael looked
That's her right there.
like an actor should on screen.
Al Pacino, years later, explained it to me. He goes, because it really happened. There's a difference between acting and when it really happens, and it happened.
I said, what happened to Michael Madsen?
I was scared to death of my dad. There's a big difference between a spanking and a knockout.
So I thought it would be an interesting thing if he was forced to take it off in the scene.
And I was like, oh God, you mental fucker.
And now it's a thing. It's one of the best moments of the movie. It defines my character.
Oh, listen to him. He's a crazy man. I wrote a poem on my leg one time in the back of a taxi cab. If you don't do it right then and there, you'll forget. And then later you go, oh man, and you can't remember. And so you got to write it right when you're thinking it. Dennis was also a great big influence on me about writing. He goes, this is really good, man. And you should keep writing, man. You know, if somebody like that compliments you, you realize, well, maybe I got something here.
This is what great actors do. They have so much behind their eyes that you know that they've been through a lot. So even though they can be like the tough guy, they can fall helplessly in love. So he had it, man, from the get-go.
All right. All right. There you have it. That's one of the documentaries that I've enjoyed over these past couple of weeks. Michael Madsen, American Badass. It's very good. It's very, very good. Quentin Tarantino was in that. That reminds me, I wanted to do this whole Quentin Tarantino takedown where he's, for some reason, he's doing all kinds of talking shit to Paul Dano. Maybe we'll do that tomorrow. It's been doing this for a while. Al says he had a crush on Virginia Madsen. Yeah, who didn't? She was so beautiful. I remember, what was that movie that she was in with Jennifer Connelly? Where it was her and Jennifer Connelly. And I had a huge crush on Jennifer Connelly too. I was like, oh my God, these two are in the same movie together? Oh, do they kiss? I don't know. Probably what my 18-year-old loins were hoping for. Al says he also had a crush on Fran Drescher, who still also looks hot for her age. Yeah, I can't go with you on that one. I was never a Fran Drescher. She just, there was too much going on there. I never even got to the physical evaluation of Fran Drescher. There was too much of that for me to be like, oh, but she is kind of hot, you know. My friend, never mind. My friend has this porn star that he always references because apparently what's her name? Oh shit! What is this porn star's name? Apparently, not apparently. I've seen her because I've checked it out. I'm like, really? This can't be right. Apparently, she's like really pretty. Like she's young. I think she's like in her early 20s. She's like really pretty, but she has a voice that like ruins it. And he always references her when he talks about, yeah, she's pretty, but what is her name? Lucy Dahl. Lucy Dahl. That's what it is. I got it. Lucy Dahl. That was it. Oh, I think. I don't want to pull it up. I don't want to go to any porn on here. But apparently there is a porn actress named Lucy Dahl who is attractive. And according to my friend who's a stand-up comedian, he's got this joke about how it ruins it for him. And then he does an imitation of her voice. And yeah, so I don't know if you're familiar with Wait, maybe I'll do it on my phone. Hold on. Let me see here so we can hear her voice. Hold on. I don't even want to be looking at porn on my phone. Wait, maybe I'll just put Lucy Doll talking. Let's just talking so I don't. Lucy Doll speaking. I'm not even 100% sure that's her name, but let me see what comes up. Oh! What? All right, here we go. All right, here's her talking. This is a TikTok of her talking. Let's see if this is a good example of her voice. So remember, again, she's apparently really beautiful. Not apparently, she is. She's very beautiful. She's a beautiful young woman, but apparently her voice is just like totally the worst. Like Fran Dresser. Hold on, let's see. Okay. Okay, it's just her trying on clothes. All right, so she's not speaking. Let's see. Let's see if we can do it this way. Does anybody in the chat room know who she is? Is she a famous porn actress? All right. All right, this is a YouTube video. All right.
Are you fucking on the first date?
If I'm feeling it, yeah, then I have no problem with it.
All right, guys, we're at AVN 2023 with
Lucy Doll.
All right, let's see. That doesn't sound that bad. I don't know, now that I'm hearing it, it doesn't sound that bad, but let's see here. All right, so this is Lucy Doll. All right, here you go. All right.
and fried sushi. All right, I'm gonna get straight into the questions with you. All right, you ready? So, name 3 flags of somebody while dating.
Red flags. Asking me how much money I make.
You ever had it before?
Yes.
On a first date?
You know what?
Or
Never
when?
mind, because it's not even a good mic. You can barely hear her voice, but okay. Adam says he only watches porn 20 to 30 second increments, so he's unaware of any porn stars. Yeah, that's kind of there too. Although, you know what I realize now? No, I'm back in Illinois. I have access to Pornhub again. Hey! Because remember, you can't have all the good porn sites in Texas. They're blacked out. Because freedom. Because you Texans are as free. You really believe in freedom. Freedom. Once again, you're going to get me going. Texas is the least free state, and they've got you guys all like bamboozled into thinking that you're not. You're the least fucking free of any state in America. Maybe Florida is a little bit worse, but can't see porno. Can't sports gamble on my phone like every other normal person in America. No. Because Texas freedom. All right. Weed. They're now taking away hemp. Just keep taking shit away from us in Texas. And we all walk around like Texas. The reason I'm in Texas, because I like freedom. Well, yeah, you have less freedom in Texas than you do in Boston. You realize that, right? Hi, Jen. Jen Colley says happy. She's like, you're back. Jen, I've been back. I've been back for 3.5 hours now. We've been doing this show for 3.5 hours. Look at this, by the way. Pretty good, huh? Can you tell that I've been itching to do this? 3.5 hours. I've only gone to the bathroom twice. No commercials, no songs, no breaks, no nothing. Just me extemporaneously speaking about whatever the hell is on the top of my mind. Yes, I have some notes here that I can draw on, but it's pretty good. Pretty good. I don't do many things that are good. And I'm proud of myself for this one. All right, what else do we have here? We can play this. Right now, we're just into playing videos. Right now, we're at the part of the show where I'm just going to play some videos and we're going to react to them. Did you guys hear this? This came out over the weekend. Actually, I think maybe it was Monday or something. Odell Beckham. Did you see this clip of Odell Beckham? Who was he talking to? Was it Ryan Clark? I don't know who it was. Odell Beckham did a podcast Football player Odell Beckham did a podcast where he apparently lamented how difficult it is to make $100 million last. Like he's making this point. He's like, yeah, I had $100 million and now I got nothing because do you know how hard it is to make $100 million? Seriously, this is what this asshole went on a podcast and tried to say. Wait, we're all fucking freaking out about the price of ground beef and gas. And this son of a bitch, Odell Beckham, with his like gigantic gold chains and all that fucking bullshit that he's about. Odell Beckham's going to go on a podcast and try and elicit sympathy from us because he can't make $100 million last. Let's listen to this nonsense. All right, here we go.
I'm going to be straight for the rest of my life. If I didn't have $1 in my account right here today as we speak, I'm going to be straight for the rest of my life. No question, right? I don't think everybody is in that. And when you've sacrificed your whole life to get here, and you're like, yeah, I played 10 years in the league. And I always explain this to people, like, bro, you give somebody a 5-year, $100 million contract, right? What is it really? It's 5 years for 60. You get into do the math. And I always explain this to people, like, bro, you give somebody a 5-year, $100 million contract, right? What is it really? It's 5 years for 60. You get in tax, do the math, that's 12 a year, that you have to spend, use, save. That's 12 a year, that you have to spend, use, save. Save, invest, flaunt, like whatever, however, just being real. I'm gonna buy a car, I'm gonna give my mom a house, I'm gonna do, everything costs money. So if you're spending $4 million a year, that's really $40 million over 5 years, 8 a year, And now you start breaking down the numbers, it's like, that's a 5-year span of where you're getting $8 million. Can you make that last forever? And you always hear the people who ain't us and ain't been in the position, like, oh, well, that will last a lifetime.
All right, there you go. Thank you, CC. I've had my mic off there for a minute. All right, so he's trying to drive it home to us. When you get $100 million contract, you're not really getting $100 million contract. You're actually just getting $60 million, and then you got taxes. Yeah, we know, we get it, dude. Nobody thinks that $100 million contract is worth $100 million. We know that there's going to be agency fees, and you got a manager, and then you got taxes, state and federal, whatever it is, wherever you live. If you play for a Texas team, you don't have to worry about that. But we get that. Okay, that's not an excuse. It's not like, oh, I can. If we just started with 50 million ODB, wrong guy, Odell Beckham Jr. If you just started at 60 million, then it would probably be like 40 million. And then still you can make 40 million worth generational wealth. 40, this guy, and then he goes into like 12 million. Oh, you got $12 million a year. How do you live on $12 million a year? Do you know what I could do? 12 million. You give me 2 million today, I'll never work another day in my life. A normal person knows how to live comfortably and take advantage of all the great things that this country of ours has to offer. We go out to movies, we go out to restaurants, we can get on an airplane and go on vacation. We're not flying private to Paris for Fashion Week, you fucking idiot. I mean, those are the things that cost money. And, you know, he went on and he would say, well, you got to buy your mom a house. Yeah. Yeah, you don't have to buy your mom. I bought my 50-year-old single mom a 15-bedroom mansion that's 25,000 square feet with a full-time staff of 5, including grounds. You don't have to fucking do that. You go to the nicest neighborhood in the place you were raised and you buy the most expensive fucking house for your mom. You spend maybe 5, 6, 700,000 of your $100 million contract on your mom. Okay. And you don't have a staff. You don't have this big giant house. Your mom can't clean that. You give her a nice house where she can show off to her friends. She can have all of the coolest stuff because you're the son who's got $100 million. You don't have to spend like $10 million on a house for your mom. And when it comes down to like helping out my cousin Ray, he needed some money, so I had to buy him a house. You don't buy Ray a fucking $5 million house. You buy Ray that same kind of nice house in a nice neighborhood where you came from. And you don't fly private. You get on a fucking plane and you fly first class. Are you kidding me? First class with those new pods where it's like you're flying private anyway. That's something that you're not willing to do. Odell Beckham Jr. trying to elicit sympathy from us all on the fact that he couldn't make a $100 million contract work for the rest of his life is one of the most infuriating things that I've seen recently. There you go. There you go. Let's see here. Adam. Sorry, Adam. Here we go. Adam, what the fudge? Adam says, just like Adrian Peterson, nickname was AD for all day, not AP as people called him. I don't know why wrong nicknames would drive me crazy. Because you're a stickler for details. Yeah, all right, thank you. I thought his nickname was, I don't know. Never mind. I don't want to get into it. Whatever. I'm an old man. Sometimes I get these old nicknames from people who played 20 years ago wrong. I apologize. All right. So we did the ODB thing. He's an idiot. My son actually put that. My son put that on my radar. He's like, did you see this? And I told him, I go, you know what you need to watch? I told my son that he needs to watch the 30 for 30 Broke. I think it's called Broke. Have you guys ever seen that one? You know, the 30 for 30 documentaries that ESPN makes. They make really good, high quality documentaries on sports subjects. Broke is a 30 for 30 documentary from probably about a decade ago now that basically just interviews all of these super wealthy pro athletes from the 80s and 90s who are now broke. And it goes, why are they selling their Super Bowl rings on eBay? And it talks about, you know, what led to this, what kind of genius fucking decisions led to these guys doing that. All right, what else do we have here? Guys, I got to go to the bathroom again. Do you care? We're going into 4 hours and I still got a whole bunch of content that I want to go to. So if you guys aren't ready to call it a day, I'm not ready to call it a day. So let me go to the bathroom again. Can I also say something? Did my mom remotely turn the heat on? Because the heat's great now. I think after I said turn the heat on, I think my mom, oh, she did. Look at that. She even sent me a text. Said it's at 75 now. 80 is too high. I'll do 78. Whatever it's at right now, Mom, this is perfect. My mom is at her place playing with her phone, fixing the weather and temperature here over. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to go to the bathroom again. Actually, I'm not only going to go to the bathroom, I'm going to refill my, it's water. I almost said soda, but it's water. I'm going to refill my water and then we'll come back and we'll get into entertainment stuff, TV that we're watching, movies. I'm going to give you my 5 best movies of the year of 2025. Hold on. Got to do this. And then we'll pick some football games. We'll talk about tonight's Cowboys game, which I'm very excited about. Let's go Cowboys. Come on. Do your boy a favor. Let's give the Lions another loss. All right. So that's going to be very exciting. So I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to go to the bathroom and we'll be right back. All right. There we go. Good to be back. Hold on. That's working. My headphones. Let's see if I could do this. Everything sounds weird in these headphones. I don't like to use these big headphones. I like the way these headphones are. Byron. Byron in the chat room. Talking about this very big thing with us dudes. Us dudes are very into what the temperature is set at. Excuse me. Byron says 78 is way too hot. My heat never gets set above 69. Byron, it's also not 12 degrees outside where you are. Trust me, you would rethink that if it was actually 12 degrees. What is it now? What is it right now? Right now outside it is. Oh, it's actually, it says it's 20. It's 20 degrees outside right now. Oh, but that's okay because it feels like 12. There you go. Feels like 12, but it is actually 20 degrees outside. I mean, it really does make a big difference. I mean, I know that like when I'm living in Texas, 78 is too hot. Like if you have the climate set at 78, which incidentally 78 is the temperature in heaven. That's like the perfect in Texas because it's so hot outside. 78 still feels way too hot, but when it's 12 degrees outside, 78 is cold, man. They're like drafts, and actually 78 is perfect. 78 is absolutely perfect right now. So whatever this is, I mean, I've got a sweater on, and I'm not hot. I'm perfect. So there you go. What else do I need to do here? There you go. Need to remind of that. There you go. Tip the show if you can. Help us. It's Christmas and we got new expenses here. We're just trying to get through this month, whatever you can do. All right. Let's talk about, I don't know. Should we talk about TV? Should we talk about the TV that I've been watching that I want you guys to get, involved in? Or should we talk about the movies? Let's talk about the movies. Let's do my top 5 movies of the year. Okay. do the top 5 movies of the year. These are the 5 movies I've watched a lot of movies. Trust me, when I have nothing to do, like prepare for a show every day, I watch a lot of movies. So I've seen a lot of things. So I want to give for you right now my top 5 movies of 2025 so far. Now these are all movies that are available in one way, shape, or form. You can find all of these. Some of them you might have to pay per view and pay a fee, but whatever. These are all. What I'm trying to say is I'm not going to suggest some great German film that, no, these are all mainstream popcorn kind of movies. I think they are the 5 best movies of 2025. Here we go. Number five. And if my mother is listening, my mother's going to be very mad at me because my mother hated this movie. I told her that this movie was really good and that she should watch it, and she watched it, and she's like, that movie sucked. You're an idiot. What are you talking about? Number 5, the number 5 best film of 2025 is Weapons. Weapons comes in at number 5. Weapons stars, well, you got your Josh Brolin. Anything with Josh Brolin in it these days, that's pretty good. It's got Josh Brolin, but the main star of it is Ruth from Ozark. It's not Jennifer Garner, right? Jessica Garner. So we got the chick who was married to Ben Affleck. We got that chick. She was married to Ben Affleck, and now she does Capital One commercials where she's like trying to convince us that she's really blown away being in a Sky Lounge for the first time. You're a fucking movie star. You were married to Ben Affleck. You have been in Capital One American Airlines Sky Lounges before. Stop acting like you're a rube. You ever seen that commercial, the Capital One with Mrs. Former Ben Affleck, where she's like in like a private lounge at an airport, and the only reason she's in there is because she's got Capital One, not because she's like a fucking award-winning actress. No, she's got a Capital One card, so she's granted access to like the exclusive lounge at the airport. And she turns to the camera and she goes, "I can get used to this." Fuck you. You're not Mary Ann from Gilligan's Island, okay? You're fucking Ginger. You've been in a Sky Lounge before. We'll get past that. Okay, so there's her. That's Jennifer what? She's Jennifer Gardner. And then you've got Ruth from Ozark, who is also like Jennifer Garland. I don't know. I can't help you. Anyways, Weapons is number 5 on my list of the best films of 2025. It is number 5, Weapons. Adam says Weapons is my favorite so far, but I've not seen a lot. Yeah, Weapons is really good. Weapons is a story of a town where a bunch of kids go missing. And is it Amy Madigan? Amy Madigan is in this, right? It's Amy Madigan. She was like a big popular and award-winning actress in like the late 80s, early 90s, and then fucking disappeared. Like Amy Madigan disappeared. And now she's back and she plays, I don't know, is she a witch? She plays something in Weapons. Anyway, number 5 on my list is Weapons. Okay. Weapons. And Adam agrees. Adam thinks it's really good. It's really good. It's mysterious. Why did these kids disappear? You got to watch the movie. Kevin says Weapons hooked me right away. With the Harrison song moment. Yeah, it's really good, man. It's really good. Weapons, there you go. All right, Weapons is number 5 on my list. Number 4 on my list of the best films that I have seen in the year 2025. But who made Weapons? Because all of the movies from here on out have director pedigrees. It's like, yeah, this is the latest film from this person. This is the latest film from this person. So I don't know who directed Weapons. But I think it is somebody. I think there's somebody with a pedigree who did Weapons. I don't know. Maybe you guys can figure it out. Adam's right. It's creepy and it's unnerving, and Weapons is number 5. All right, number 4 Number 4 is the latest from Catherine Bigelow, who I love. Catherine Bigelow. Catherine Bigelow, of course, Zero Dark 30, right? Wasn't that her? Zero Dark 30 is Catherine Bigelow. The Hurt Locker, of course, the Hurt Locker won her all the awards and all of that. House of Dynamite. House of Dynamite on Netflix is Catherine Bigelow's latest political, not a mystery. It's how do I explain what House of Dynamite is? Okay, so House of Dynamite. These headphones are really bad. I got to switch my headphones. Something is not right. Hold on. Does it sound as terrible on the stream as it sounds in my headphones right now? Ugh. Hold on. Bear with me. 1, 2. Oh, that sounds so much better. Oh God. I was wearing like Dollar Tree earbuds, and I'm like, this doesn't sound right. There you go. All right, this sounds much better. All right, Catherine Bigelow's House of Dynamite. It is a movie that depicts what would happen here in the United States if suddenly our defense forces detected inbound nuclear missiles to the continental United States. What happens? Like I know we interrupt this program, we get breaking news. That's how we, the people, the great unwashed, that's how we find out. But obviously there's got to be somebody in Washington, and there's got to be military channels and defense channels and all of that stuff. They've got to know first, right? So what happens the minute, let's say, North Korea decides that they're going to launch one towards San Francisco? What happens in the minute, the seconds after it's detected, the minute it goes up? What are our defenses? What does our defense apparatus look like? And that's what House of Dynamite is all about. It is a film that is about 2 hours long, and it's the same 20 minutes shown from multiple perspectives. Like the first 20 minutes of the movie is this woman who is in charge of our missile defense system. And we see the first 20 minutes of the film is her showing up to work. And the first thing that happens is, oh my God, we've got a missile launch. And then how she reacts. After that, there's 20 more minutes of the Secretary of Defense. All right. This is 20 minutes of how the Secretary of Defense responds the minute, he's on the golf course and suddenly he gets whisked off the golf course because there's missiles incoming. It's fascinating. Catherine Bigelow, if you love the way she makes movies, Catherine Bigelow has made another home run. I loved it. House of Dynamite. All right. That's number 4. Everything feels very, very 1, 2, 1, 2. I just changed my headphones and now things are a little screwy. All right. Number 5 on my list of the best films of 2025. Number 5 is Weapons. Number 4, House of Dynamite. House of Dynamite. Catherine Bigelow. All right, number 3. Number 3 on my list is a movie that I just saw a couple of weeks ago, and I highly recommend it. I have never heard of this film, but the pedigree of the director is the only reason that I watched it. And I can't tell you how much I loved this film. This film, we're going to show you a trailer on this one. The number 3 best film of the year so far is the new Richard Linklater film, Blue Moon. Blue Moon, starring Ethan Hawke, Bobby Cannavale. Who's the girl? I can't think of her name. I love her. I'm such a fan of hers. What's her name? She's the daughter of Andy McDowell. You know Andy McDowell, the actress? Remember? She was in St. Elmo's Fire. She played the doctor that Emilio Estevez was like pursuing. He's like, oh, I like her. And she's like, I'm too hot and older than you. Go away. She was also the Calvin Klein jeans commercial, right? You remember, like, sure, there was Brooke Shields. But after Brooke Shields, it was Andy McDowell. And she was the one, she had the Southern accent. And she used to talk about her jeans and stuff. Andy McDowell. Anyway, Andy McDowell is awesome. I've always loved her. And now her daughter is awesome. And her daughter is one of the stars of Blue Moon, Richard Linklater's new film. Here's what Blue Moon is about. And again, this is going to be only for people who are interested in specific things. Hold on. Give me a second here. I apologize. I want to pull up the Wikipedia page so I get all these correct. Again, Richard Linklater, right? Who's that Dazed and Confused? Boyhood, which I just think is like, Richard Linklater is one of the most, I think I'm going to say underappreciated directors of the past 30 years. He's lauded in critical circles, like film people really appreciate, his greatness and his genius. He's known to be terrific and, really great, but I just don't know mainstream wise that people really appreciate Richard Linklater in the way that maybe they should. But anyway, it's his new film. It's called Blue Moon. It stars, I'm going to give you exactly who it stars. Ethan Hawke, Margaret Qualley. That's who it is. Margaret Qualley is Andy McDowell's daughter. Margaret Qualley, she's great. Stars Ethan Hawke, Margaret Qualley, Bobby Cannavale, and Andrew Scott. Now, what is Blue Moon? Blue Moon is a song. We all know the song Blue Moon. All right, Blue Moon is a song that was written by Rodgers and Hart. Rodgers and Hart were two of the most successful songwriters in Hollywood, on Broadway. I mean, if you were around in 1930, Rodgers and Hart were Lennon and McCartney, right? All of the great songs, The Lady is a Tramp, Blue Moon. I mean, all of these hits were Rodgers and Hart's hits. Rodgers and Hart, they kind of had a falling out as a partnership. And Rodgers kind of went to Hart and said, I want to go work with somebody else. And Hart was like, fine, good luck to you. Go try and find somebody that can write with you as well as I can. Rodgers and Hart are probably the greatest songwriters in the history of songwriting. But you go ahead, Rodgers. You try and find somebody else. So, of course, Rodgers found Hammerstein. So Richard Rodgers went from writing incredibly successful and iconic songs with Rodgers and Hart. So he went from that. He said, I'm leaving you. And Hart was like, yeah, good luck. And he goes, and now he's with Oscar Hammerstein. And, Rodgers and Hammerstein they're much bigger than Rodgers and Hart. Anyway, that's what this movie is about. This movie stars Ethan Hawke as Lawrence Hart, who is an alcoholic, who is a great songwriter, a tremendous artist. They're still friends. Lawrence Hart and Richard Rodgers are still friends. But the film Blue Moon takes place on the night of the opening of the very first Rodgers and Hammerstein production, Oklahoma. So that's the first thing that Rodgers and Hammerstein did. So this takes place on the night of the debut of Oklahoma. Lawrence Hart goes to the theater. He watches his old partner, Richard Rodgers' new show, Oklahoma, and he goes to a bar across the street and just starts drinking. And that's what the movie's about. The movie is about seeing your partner go on and do things that are even better. It's Richard Linklater. It is Ethan Hawke in his absolute best role. I would love for Ethan Hawke to be able to win is this where I'll find this right here? I would love for him to win an Oscar, for this. But I don't think he's going to, because I think there are other people who are probably, and we'll get to those other people let me show you this. This is the trailer for Blue Moon. It is such a funny movie. Ethan Hawke is playing a midget. Ethan Hawke is like a 6-foot dude. He's like a tall, thin, handsome leading man guy. Lawrence Hart was 5 foot tall. So Ethan Hawke is playing a guy who is 5 foot tall. And I don't know how they did it, but it's crazy. It is Ethan Hawke just acting the fuck out of a role. Let's watch this. This is Blue Moon. If you get a chance to see it, it's interesting. It's funny. It is so well acted. And the whole time you're just watching this going, this guy is just dying emotionally inside. He is trying to put on a good face. He's trying to be the good former partner and be happy for his guy. And I'm so glad it's Oklahoma. This looks like this is going to be a hit. But inside, you just know that he is dying. All right, here it is. Blue Moon. Number 3, best film of 2025. Richard Linklater. That's right. He of Dazed and Confused.
I need a drink. write together for a quarter of a century, and the first show he writes with someone else is gonna be the biggest hit he ever had. Am I bitter, Larry? Yes.
For over 20 years, Hart and his partner Richard Rodgers created a string of hits.
I want 10 copies of that.
Write me a check. Such as My Funny Valentine, The Lady is a Tramp, and Blue Moon.
Your work is brilliant. That's not the problem. No, I'm not drinking with you, Larry. They should put my picture on that bottle. The whiskey that made Lorenz Hart unemployable. I think we should be dreaming about new Rodgers and Hart, something people haven't seen before, something big.
Well, we have to work like professionals, Larry. It's a business. That's all.
Elizabeth, I adore this girl.
You're going to introduce me to Richard Rodgers, right?
She's a girl. I always thought that your interests were more towards my interests. So now you are going to analyze me? Thank you, Dr. Bacardi.
What do you think she sees in him? I think she recognizes she's being adored by one of the great appreciators of beauty.
There's no way around that one, is there? When the girl loves the guy with all of her heart, and he just doesn't return her feeling? Do you have any idea what that feels like?
Nobody ever loved me that much.
It's very striking. Are you and she...
Oh, no. I mean, I'm in love with her. But everybody's in love with her.
You saw me standing alone.
Wise guy.
Without a dream in my heart. Without a love of my own.
All right, there you go. That's Blue Moon. Richard Linklater, one of my favorite directors. Just really a good movie. Like, you're gonna watch that. Again, I think you have to be interested in like true stories. It is a true story. It is all true. Maybe you have to be interested in entertainment or Hollywood. Whatever. It is an emotional roller coaster. Ethan Hawke plays a dude who is trying to keep cool. He's trying. He went to that opening night of Oklahoma and he really wanted to hate it. He really wanted it to be awful. He really wanted to be able to go, well, Richard Rodgers will come crawling back to me. And it wasn't. It blew his mind. It was the greatest thing that he'd ever seen. And now he's got to make nice. Now he's got to be at the party where all of the cast are coming after this debut performance. He's got to hang out with his former partner. He's got to be nice to Oscar Hammerstein, the new partner. It's just such an incredibly emotional role by Ethan Hawke, and he comes off so cool. He just does it so well. That is so good. Blue Moon is number 3 on my list of the 5. Now you're a Lawrence Hart fan all of a sudden. I thought you didn't like musicals. I don't know that I'm a fan. Blue Moon's not a musical. So Blue Moon is just a great song. Yeah, I've never seen Oklahoma. I don't, but I understand. I'm not a musical guy. I don't like musicals. And I'm not a great Lawrence. I don't know that I'm a great Lawrence Hart fan. I'm a fan of this movie. I'm a fan of Ethan Hawke's portrayal of this man who went through some shit, some emotional shit, and we all get to watch it. It's good. It's real good. But yeah, I don't really know musicals, but I am culturally aware enough that I am familiar with who Rodgers and Hart were, and I certainly know who Rodgers and Hammerstein are. I don't have to have seen The King and I to know who created it, right? I mean, it's a cultural checkpoint here, in American entertainment. So anyway, but yeah, no, I'm not a big musical fan. I don't know. Oh, is April back? She's like, damn, the show is going? What does that mean? Do you mean the show is still going, like, oh, good? Or do you mean like, oh, it's slowly deteriorating into the abyss? I don't know. All right, so that is, what is that? Number 5 is Weapons. The 5th best film that I've seen in 2025 is Weapons. Number 4 is House of Dynamite, Catherine Bigelow. Number 3, we just saw it right there, Blue Moon, Richard Linklater. All right, number 2. Number 2 and number 1. Number 2 and number 1 are 2 movies that they must hate each other. They must hate that they exist in the same year. They got to be like, really? You couldn't have waited a year to release that? You couldn't let me have this year? 2 and number 1. The number 2 film of 2025 and the number 1 film of 2025, I think, are going to be classics. I think that, the way we look back at Goodfellas or Silence of the Lambs or, whatever, I think that both of these films are going to have that kind of staying power because they're just that good. Let me pull up the trailer for Blue Moon. Having said all that, hold on. Okay, there we go. Having said all that, it wasn't really difficult for me. Number 1 is number 1 because I just think it's a better film. Number 2, if number 1 didn't exist, we'd be talking about number 2, the one that I'm about to get. I don't know, man. They're both so good for different reasons. They're different good. All right.
Good morning,
let me make sure we pull this up. All right, here we go. All right, the number 2 best film of 2025 is the new film by Yorgos Lanthimos. Do you know who this guy is? He's like the hot new director. I've never seen a Yorgos Lanthimos movie before. But I've heard of him. I mean, I know that he win Academy Awards last year and in the year before. He's like, every movie he puts out looks super fucking weird, but it's kind of cool. It's the new Yorgos Lanthimos film. It's called Begonia. I don't even know if it's in theater. It's got to be in theaters, right? Otherwise, how did I see it? I didn't see it in a theater. I saw it on I got a friend in the business who slides me films that I get to watch. Begonia stars Emma Stone and Jesse Plemons. That's all you need to know. If you're like me, you know that Emma Stone is enough. She's incredible. She's awesome in everything that she does. Emma Stone, next to Jessica Chastain, is probably my favorite actress out there right now. Emma Stone and Jesse friggin' Plemons. That's right, Jesse Plemons, Landry from the old Friday Night Lights, or if you will, from the Civil War film of a couple of years ago. What kind of American are you? That's Jesse Plemons. That guy's awesome. Or as my kid says, my kid knows Jesse Plemons. My son didn't watch Friday Night Lights. My son, who is a Texas high school football player, refuses to watch Friday Night Lights. I've been trying to get him to watch Friday Night Lights forever. And he's like, stupid. I don't want to watch that. I'm like, okay, fine, whatever. So he doesn't know Jesse Plemons as Landry from Friday Night Lights. He knows Jesse Plemons as, what was his name? The psycho kid from Breaking Bad. He's like, the dude from Breaking Bad is an awesome actor. I'm like, yeah, he is an awesome actor, but he's in more than Breaking Bad, okay? So it's Jesse Plemons and Emma Stone. Begonia, the new Yorgos Lanthimos film, is my number 2 best film of 2025, and it really could have been number 1. It was so good. Here's the premise. Emma Stone plays, put it to you this way. Imagine if Elon Musk was a woman, all right? So Emma Stone plays an Elon Musk type. She is a billionaire. She is incredibly powerful. She is in charge of this company that is changing the way that humans live. She is as powerful and as important, as anybody. She's one of these guys. She's a Bezos or whatever. Okay. Jesse Plemons is a weirdo fucking QAnon type dude. Jesse Plemons is a conspiracy theorist. He spends his time, online figuring shit out. And he believes that he has discovered something that nobody else knows. And that is that Emma Stone is in fact an alien from another planet who was put on Earth to conquer us. So Jesse Plemons and his special needs cousin, he's got a retarded cousin that he enlists for this. So Jesse Plemons and his retarded cousin hatch a plan to kidnap the female Elon Musk. They kidnap Emma Stone and then decide that they are going to demand that she takes them to her spaceship. That this is it. We've kidnapped you, and our demands are you must take us to your mothership, where I will have a sit-down negotiation with the Emperor of Andromeda. Oh, he's got it all. He knows where she's from. He knows what the Emperor's name is. I mean, he's QAnon way under there. So this is the demand. He kidnaps the female Elon Musk. He holds her in his basement, tortures her, does all kinds of things to her because he is convinced that she is an alien from another planet and he wants to meet with the Emperor of Andromeda on the mothership and she can take him there. All right. That is the premise for Begonia, the number 2 best film of 2025. Here it is. Let's check it out.
Good morning, Corey.
Good morning, Michelle.
I believe every company should strive to form a diverse table, to empower people of different skills and every time. What is it?
Skills and identities.
To foster a new generation. Okay, let's go again.
They want you to think it's you, that it's you who made this world. But it's always been them. All we've lost, all that's been done to us, we're setting that right again. Greetings. Welcome to the headquarters of the human resistance.
Where's my hair?
Your hair has been destroyed to prevent you from contacting your ship.
What ship?
Your mothership?
Okay. In the next 48 hours, the police and the FBI will begin a statewide manhunt. I'm a high-profile female corporate executive. I am crucial. In all humility, I can say that. Think of it like you abducted the governor, but worse. There is no possible scenario where you benefit from this incident.
That was really good. My pulse is racing right now. I've done a ton of research on this. You're killing our planet.
Alien fellas. I'm not an alien.
You're lying to me.
What's the difference? You know this is crazy. You know this is wrong.
I know who you are. I know what you are.
I know you too, Teddy.
It's fine. It's cool.
You guys, Begonia is an amazing, amazing movie. And, obviously no spoilers, but it's definitely worth sticking around till the end. You're going to want to stick around to the very end. Begonia, Yorgos Lanthimos. God, it's such a good Jesse Plemons and Emma Stone together. I'm like, these two sizzle. It's like Tracy and Hepburn. I'm not even kidding. It's like you got this fuddly guy and this beautiful woman, and somehow there's like this chemistry between him. He's got to dump that Kirsten Dunst. He's married to Kirsten Dunst. He needs to get out of the Dunst. He needs to be done with the Dunst, and he needs to stick with the Stone. I'm done with the Dunst. I'm sticking with the Stone. Get that on a t-shirt. All right, so that's number 2 on my list, Begonia by Yorgos Lanthimos. Recapping again, number 5 on my list of the best 5 films of 2025. Number 5 is Weapons. Weapons was so good. Number 4 on my list of the best films of 2025 is Catherine Bigelow's House of Dynamite, which, by the way, I should have mentioned this. House of Dynamite is available on Netflix. It's a Netflix film. She made it exclusively for Netflix. House of Dynamite, you can watch that. Is House of Dynamite, is Idris Elba the president of the United States? I think it's Idris Elba who's the president in House of Dynamite. All right, that's number 4 on our list of the best films of 2025. Number 3 was Blue Moon, Richard Linklater. Love that. Ethan Hawke. I would love for Ethan Hawke to get a Best Actor nomination, but I don't think that he's going to get it because the guy in my number 1, the number 1 film of 2025. Should I just show it to you? I'll just show it to you. All right, I only recently saw this, okay? This is the best film. This is the most entertaining film of 2025 that I have seen so far. Hold on, let me make sure I get this right. Let's go to YouTube. YouTube's going to make me watch a commercial. No, they're not going to make me watch a commercial. All right, here we go. The best film of 2025, ladies and gentlemen. And the star of this film, I would love it if Ethan Hawke won the Oscar for Best Actor, but the star of this film is going to win the Oscar for Best Actor. The star of this film is a little known actor. Maybe you've never heard of him. His name is Leonardo DiCaprio, and it's one fucking battle after another. Best film of 2025.
Rise and shine.
Pat an eyelash.
Good morning.
There are no hens on the clock
Why?
because they're not needed.
What time is it?
I don't remember that part. All right, let's just not nitpick over the passwords. This is Bob Ferguson. I was a part of the French 75.
These I felt like Tony Montana!
Steve Lockjaw just attacked my home, and I cannot remember for the life of my only child the answer to your question.
Maybe you should have studied the rebellion text a little harder.
I need to find my daughter.
Well, then call us back when you have the time.
You just.
You know, you are so unsuitable for my daughter. My child comes from a whole line of revolutionaries. And you look so lost. What are you gonna do about this baby?
You know what freedom is?
What?
No fear. Go!
It's 413 out there!
Not one thing, it's another. Find that to be true.
I need you, brother! Sensei, please!
Courage, Bob. Courage.
That's it. Courage. Yeah. Thank you. Hey! Thank you, Sensei!
Sensei!
Thank you, Sensei! Thank you! God damn it! Viva la revolution!
All right, there you have it. That is the best film that I have seen in the year of 2025, although it was close. Begonia was so good, too. So one battle after another. Paul Thomas Anderson. Anyone who knows me knows that he's my guy. He's like of the directors who are currently working, and I have to take Quentin Tarantino out of that list because Quentin Tarantino is apparently done making movies. But of the directors, Kubrick's dead. Of the guy, and Scorsese, is he still doing what Scorsese does? He's got one left in him. Maybe Scorsese's got one left in him. I don't know. But of all of those guys that I just mentioned, Paul Thomas Anderson, is this his 11th film? Is this his 10th film or his 11th film? Paul Thomas Anderson has never made a bad film, whether it's Boogie Nights or from Boogie Nights to Mondo Pizza. What was that movie he just made a couple of years ago? It was his last movie, the one before this. The Phantom Thread is amazing. What else did he do? Magnolia. Paul Thomas Anderson is an absolute genius of making films that are... I'll drink your milkshake. Come on! Yeah, how do you talk about Paul Thomas Anderson and not mention There Will Be Blood? He is one of the great filmmakers of my lifetime. I love him. I love him. I love him. This film, very anticipated. I'm very excited about it. I couldn't wait to see it. Finally got to see it about a week ago. Actually, probably less than that. Got to see it, and it just blew the doors off. It is so entertaining. It is so funny. It is so big. If you love the way Paul Thomas Anderson cobbles stories together and perspectives in films, if you remember Magnolia, remember how Magnolia was like, the Tom Cruise perspective, and then there's the John C. Reilly perspective. Anyway, he is a genius filmmaker. And this, I had this conversation with a friend of mine, a film buff, who was also a Paul Thomas Anderson guy. And we were like, is it better than Boogie Nights? Because honestly, Boogie Nights is like my favorite Paul Thomas Anderson film. I'm like, is One Battle After Another better than Boogie Nights? I don't know. It's longer. It's a long movie. I think it's 2.5 hours. Here's what it's about. It is about these crazy, that they're called French 75. Okay. Just imagine Antifa. But imagine Antifa from like 30, 40 years ago, right? Like back when, remember when the hippies, the Weather Underground and all that kind of stuff. So this is an organization that has been around for a long time. They're not really relevant anymore. They're, criminals. They're all criminals. They're on, FBI lists, and, they got to live under assumed names, and they have to be quiet about who they are. Nobody is, I'm a proud member of French 75. No. So years ago, Sean Penn, who is a military commander, gets sexually humiliated by one of the members of French 75. And like for 30 years, Sean Penn just allows this sexual humiliation to build in him. He spends his life chasing down these people, is basically the point of it. And One Battle After Another is just about Sean Penn's character figuring out where Leonardo DiCaprio's character is and just chasing him for 2.5 hours. It's just trying to get the lefty terrorist. Leonardo DiCaprio plays like I said, they're a far left group. They are Viva la Revolution. They are communists. They are, they're all of those things. It is so entertaining. It is such a fun movie. Car chases, gunfights, explosions. Benicio del Toro is awesome in this as a supporting actor. He plays the sensei. He runs a judo or karate or whatever school for kids. If you've ever seen The Foot Fist Way, which was a Danny McBride comedy, that's kind of who Benicio del Toro is. He's like a sensei. A bunch of 10-year-olds call him sensei. All right, we'll put it that way. So he's that guy, and he ends up helping Leonardo DiCaprio because Leonardo DiCaprio's daughter is one of his students. One Battle After Another is so much fun. It is just 2.5 hours of, oh my God, what crazy ass thing is going to happen next to these fucking knuckleheads? It is a comedy. I know people are like, it is a comedy. Paul Thomas Anderson, every fucking word he writes, every scene he frames for comedic value. Now, the underlying subtext and the tone of the overall film might not be comedic, but there are laughs all over in this movie. It's the best movie of the year. One Battle After Another. Now, how do I think this will play out come awards season? I don't think One Battle After Another will win for Best Picture of the Year. It'll be one of those movies. One Battle After Another will be one of those movies that 20 years from now, people are still watching, like, Scarface or The Godfather, or Goodfellas. It's going to be like one of those movies that people are still watching, and people are going to go, wait, this didn't win the Oscar? How did this not win the Oscar? This is one of the greatest American films ever made. And that's truly how I feel about One Battle After Another. Hysterically funny, super cool to watch. It's like 2.5 hours, and it's so good at 2.5 hours that I caught myself pausing it to see how much more I had. I wasn't pausing it because I was like, oh, come on, let's wrap this up. How much longer do I have to watch this? No, I was pausing it because I wanted more. Am I pausing? I'm like, oh, there's only 40 minutes left. One Battle after Another. Paul Thomas Anderson. All right, there you have it. Amy, very good. Amy says the docuseries, the Apple TV, right? Apple TV docuseries on Scorsese. It is very good. I didn't finish it. I'm like 3 episodes in. I got to go back to it. Here's the problem. I think it's on Disney. Just as I started to watch the new Martin Scorsese docuseries, which is great. Excuse me. Just as I started to watch that, I think it was Disney. They posted, what do they call it? Debuted Disney Channel, a new Beatles documentary. It's like a 6-part Beatles anthology documentary. And I started watching it, and I remember thinking, wait a second, should I watch this? Because I have seen everything on the Beatles. I've seen every Beatles documentary that's ever been made since 1985. You know, when I discovered them in high school and then in college, I became a student of it. I've seen all the tapes. I've heard all the bootlegs, right? I know all about the stories. I know all about Stu and Pete and, you know, all of that stuff. So I was thinking, is this new? Is this new Beatles anthology? Is this just is it going to be anything new, or is it going to be all shit that I've already seen, all stories that I've already heard? Right? Like, are they just doing it for the new generation? Like my 16-year-old son, who loves the Beatles, who's like into the Beatles, he could probably watch something that was just a 2025 version of the stories we've seen since. So that's what I was thinking. I'm like, should I waste my time on this? Is this going to be anything new? It's new stuff. It is incredibly cool new stuff. It is so well done. If you like the Beatles, it is not the same old, same old. They have archival shit that I've never seen before. And I thought I'd seen everything. I've seen footage from the Cavern Club in 1960 in Liverpool before. Not like this, not backstage with them hanging out with like a young Mick Jagger. It's just so cool. It is really interesting. So yes, I was watching the Scorsese docuseries, but I kind of jumped off it because I started watching the new Beatles anthology series, which I think is on Disney. That Beatles documentary originally aired, they just added one new episode on it. Is that what it is? Because the Beatles anthology, thanks Adam, Beatles anthology was a huge deal, like he says, back in 1995. Huge. It was the #1 album in the country. They released a new song, Free as a Bird. Is that Free as a Bird? It was like, oh, the Beatles got a new song. It's 1995. Anyway, so yeah, that's what I was wondering. Is it the same as that? It's not. I know Adam is saying it's the same thing from 1995. Maybe I forgot all that stuff or whatever, but no, there is absolutely some new stuff. I was doing some reading on it. It might be like Beatles anthology from 95 is the structure that they use to house it, and then they just added new stuff that they found. And maybe we're saying the same things here, Adam. But as somebody who pretty much all full up on my Beatles stuff. Like, I don't think I need any new Beatles stuff. I'm good. I get it, right? That's how I felt. I'm enjoying this. I do not feel like I'm watching the same thing over and over again. So if you're like me, and that's why maybe you haven't watched it, there you go. I think you'll enjoy it. What else do we have here? Bum, 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 bum. All right, should we talk about what I've been watching on TV, or should we do straight football? We need to go to football. It's almost 5:00. We should do football. All right, let's do football. Here we go. I'll give you my Kelly method picks for this week. You might want to write these down. And if you live in a place that has actual freedom and can place your bets on your phone, I hope you win some money. That was me taking a shot at my Texas friends. Because you can't even do that. Like, I can't, like right now, I got BetQL right here on my phone. If I want to place $1 bet on all of the picks that I just do, I can do it. Sitting right here, I can just go, yeah, I'll put $1 on that. Boom. Just put $1 on Cowboys over Lions tonight. But, do tell me, Texas, again, about how we got so much freedom in Texas. Anyway, let's do our picks here. This is the Kelly method. Of course, this is my former partner, Kelly Moore. She used to pick football games against luminaries, experts, if you will. Started out going up against Dallas Cowboy legend Preston Pearson. She picked against him for the first couple of years. Then she moved on to picking against Brad Sham for a number of years. Then Tony Casillas, I believe, did a season. Then Coach Joe Avizano. Then Brad Sham came back when we were over at the Bone. Anyway, we've been doing it for a long time. Kelly picks the slate of games based on nothing more than, well, she has no football knowledge. So she just looks at the mascots. As I gave the example of today's game, you got the Dallas Cowboys taking on the Detroit Lions. Kelly would look at that as a cowboy versus a lion. If a cowboy and a lion were locked in a room together, who's coming out of that room alive is essentially how she looked at it. She also factored in things like who's home and who's away, right? A cowboy has to travel to where a lion is. Where cowboys naturally are on the range and all that stuff, where cowboys naturally are, There are no lions, maybe mountain lions, but that's a little bit different than the king of the jungle type lion we're talking about. So that's going to be a disadvantage. This is either going to be a cowboy dropped into a lion's cage or a cowboy dropped into the middle of the jungle. All right, so let's take a look at this. Tonight, Thursday night football, Cowboys taking on the Lions. Cowboys got a gun, right? But again, we talked about home field advantage means something in this case, because you would think that the lion in the jungle would have some bit of an advantage over a cowboy who's wearing chaps and got a gun and a hat and maybe riding around on a horse. After the lion does away with the cowboy, the lion's also going to eat the horse, right? Like just going to eat that horse. All right, so it's a cowboy in the jungle. I bet Kelly would go with the lion. I think she would be like, no, I don't think the cowboy. Here's what we would need to know. A 6-shooter, a revolver. Could a 6-shooter revolver? Oh, he's got 2 of them. Oh, maybe he's got a shotgun. Does the cowboy have it? Cowboy's got a shotgun, pump action. All right, I'm imagining a cowboy who's got the shotgun in his back. He's got 6 shooters, and a lion is coming at him. Cowboys win. Cowboys win tonight. It's that simple. I think the Cowboys win. I think the cowboy can mortally wound once the lion realizes that there's a cowboy here. The lion's like, roar, the lion's going to come at the cowboy, and I think the cowboy's going to go, hopefully, mortally wounding the lion. I don't know. That's a bit of a stretch, right? Because I think under almost any other circumstances, I might go with the lion over the cowboy. But because I really need the Cowboys to win tonight, I really need the Lions to take a loss tonight. Oh, how do I do this? Do we do this true to the Kelly method? The Kelly method says the lion wins. There you go. I just got to go with that. The Kelly method says the lion wins. But I say the cowboy wins. I say the cowboy wins because I really need the Cowboys to win tonight. I really need the Lions to take a loss. All right, there you go. That's tonight's game. We'll do the other games tomorrow. It's almost 5 o'clock. I understand. I've overstayed my welcome. 5-hour show. 5-hour show. Didn't hear. I don't think I got any tips today. I didn't hear my thing go off, but 5-hour show. That's the kind of dedication that you're going to be getting. I feel guilty about leaving y'all stranded for the last 6 weeks. Maybe I shouldn't feel guilty. Maybe I should just be like, nobody missed you. Nobody even knew you were gone. Stop it. You're not that important. Anyway, that's going to do it for today's show. I think 5 hours is enough. 4.5. I think 4.5 is where we are. Ooh. The Beatles documentary originally aired in 1995. They just added one new episode on this release date. Yes, it was digitally remastered by Peter Jackson. What is Peter Jackson didn't do the one in 95, but Peter Jackson is all over the new Beatles content. Did Peter Jackson Peter Jackson, of course, Lord of the Rings, that guy. Did Peter Jackson acquire or purchase a whole bunch of Beatles shit? Because that was it Get Back, that really incredible Disney doc from a couple of years ago that featured the Beatles. It was just 3 hours of raw footage of the Beatles in the studio together. That was a Peter Jackson thing. That was Peter Jackson put that out, and that was incredible. So now this new one, anthology. This is also Peter Jackson. What's his involvement with the Beatles estate? What does Peter Jackson? I don't know. There's also a really good documentary on HBO Max about John Lennon and Yoko, produced by Sean Ono Lennon, which that's really good. That's really cool. It's really cool. People are dumb. Well, of course, look, we are the smart people. If you're here hanging out with me, we're not the smart people, but we're at least people who can recognize that the other people are dumb. Okay. Most people, the default setting for people when you mention the name Yoko Ono is so unfair and so absurd. People who do not know Yoko Ono at all, couldn't pick her out of a lineup. They hear the name and they go, oh, she sucks, right? She sucks. She's the worst. She's the worst. Yoko Ono is a lovely woman. She is an absolutely lovely woman. There is a documentary about the early years in New York City when John Lennon and Yoko Ono decided to leave England and move into the Dakota on Central Park there in New York. And it's just about how they tried to reinvent their lives, how they wanted to fit in as regular New Yorkers. They didn't have any security, which, obviously turned out to be a problem for John Lennon. They had no security. They walked around in the park. They shot baskets with people. They hung out with friends. They made friends of strangers. It's a lovely, lovely documentary about how John Lennon and Yoko Ono decided that they were not going to act like Elvis, that they were just going to live lives and be regular New Yorkers. I believe it's called John and Yoko in New York. It is really interesting. Really interesting. It's like they seemed like such a nice couple. All right, fine, whatever. You hate the fucking hippie, bullshit. They're hippies. They suck. They got long hair. Whatever. Stop it. They were lovely people. They were really nice people. I mean, that's all I can tell you from what I've been able to see. John Lennon, who had a right to be an arrogant asshole, was anything but. John Lennon was like Mr. Cool Guy to stranger on the street. Hey, aren't you John Lennon? Yes, I am. Hey, hey, come over here. Let me okay, I'll go walk with you and we'll meet your mom. Where's your mom? She works right here. You want to come up and say hi? I mean, the shit that the accessibility of John fucking Lennon in New York City in 1973 was amazing. So if you get a chance to see that, I think that's on HBO Max. It's called John and Yoko in New York. It's really cool. I'm also watching Ken Burns' Revolution. Whoo! I love my Ken Burns. Ken Burns set the bar for me with documentaries. I mean, you gotta remember, he put out the Civil War documentary when I was like 16. I'm like 16 watching public TV, PBS, every night watching this documentary about the Civil War. The reason that I love documentaries so much is because of Ken Burns. He followed that up with baseball. Oh, forget about it. You went from Civil War to baseball. I'm like 19, learning all about, the dead ball era. Guys like Happy Chandler. I'm like, that was great. My absolute favorite Ken Burns documentary is The Roosevelts. I don't know if you've ever seen that one. That is fun. That's a family there. The Roosevelts. From Teddy to Franklin it was just great. The Roosevelts is great. So Ken Burns' new one that I think is done airing, right? Was it one of them deals where it aired like every Sunday night on your local PBS station for 4 hours? It's going to be another episode of Ken Burns' The Revolution. I love it. I love America. I love Thomas Jefferson. I love John Adams. I'm learning about a whole bunch of new people too that I need to really start paying attention to, because there's like a second level of founding fathers. Like there's the big ones that we all know, Washington and Franklin and Jefferson and Monroe and Madison and Adams. But then there's like another tier, like a second tier right under them. These are the guys that like did everything, just as important as the guys on the top tier, but maybe they weren't braggarts, maybe they're just a little bit more low key about what they were doing. But if you like that kind of stuff, I can highly recommend that as well. I think it's available on demand if you've got access to your local PBS station. It's right there. Ken Burns' The Revolution. It's so cool. We're such a cool country. We're fucking British. We're like, yeah, we're not gonna put up with this. Oh, and also a lot of really interesting new ways to look at things. I'm finding new ways to look at the foundation of this great nation that doesn't exactly coexist peacefully with what I always thought was the story behind the founding of this nation. The bullshit that I learned from watching Schoolhouse Rock and all that. No. Ken Burns goes a little deeper, and he gives you some different ways to look at the motivations behind the founding of this great nation of ours. Ken Burns, The Revolution. There you go. That's what I'm watching. I'm all out of stuff. It's 5:00. Football game's at 7. So I got to get some dinner. I got to get out of here. I got to get back. And we're going to watch some football. We'll be back tomorrow at noon. Like, follow, subscribe, do all of that good stuff. Tell your friends. Spread the word. The noon rant is back for Jen. I remember Jen was like, I can't listen it to. I'm like, well, Jen, you are way too important. So we'll do shows at noon. We'll do this show. We'll get back into the flow of it. Today was a little bit messy. I mean, obviously 5 hours, a little bit messy, me just trying to get back into the groove of it, me trying to get comfortable with it again. So every show is not going to be 5 hours. But is there anything else that I need to mention? I don't know what I need to mention. Anything else? We'll do real football picks tomorrow. And I'll be dropping $1. Here's what you can do. There you go. That's a good idea. You guys tip the show and I'll gamble the money. I will gamble. You guys, I can place bets here in Illinois. I can place bets right on my phone. I can just drop $1 on a game. You tip the show and I will gamble your money away. That's what we'll do. You won't let the man there in Texas, you won't let your lack of freedom in Texas stop you from having some fun with your phone. Help out the show if you can. That's how we exist. That's how we've gotten through for the last 4 years. I love you guys. We'll talk to you soon. And by that, I mean tomorrow at noon. How did I end it? Was there a way that I ended it? I don't think.